Hello, everyone. I am officially live. I hope that you are doing well today, as always. And if you're new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction. Every week, I do reading and productivity sprints on Friday. I almost didn't make it to my own live show on time. so, a little bit frazzled, a little bit like high energy right now because I'm just happy that I was able to get to my desk and get everything set up before I needed to start doing sprints. I'm also really excited to say that I started Bunny, everybody. It's time. It is officially happening. This is my first horror novel of the year. I'm really excited about reading this. And even though I am only 27 pages into the book, it's weird and I like it. I like the writing style. I like that the author, she's very poetic with her wording. So our main character, she is actually getting her master's in fiction writing, and this is written as if the main character is good with words, right? Like she is an author herself, but she has kind of like a dark and twisted sense of humor and the way that she thinks about things. She's not a likable main character. I don't know if she's going to be like an anti-hero or what exactly she's going to turn out to be, but really interesting so far, and I'm enjoying it, and I'm looking forward to reading it this evening. So, as always, this is a chill time. Sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, grab a blanket, just get cozy. Work on whatever it is that you feel like working on tonight. I, right now, am just drinking water. The most exciting thing I have had to drink today is a little bit of Coca Cola, but I have to just try to stay hydrated. So that's what I'm going to do. And I got my cute little B glass. These are my favorite. I got these for Christmas, and they're my glass of choice to use right now. So I'm going to go over to the comments because I haven't gotten to see all of the lovely people who are popping in. And the first person is Nicole. Hello, Nicole. I'm so happy to see you. Thank you very much for your emails and for the wonderful information that you were providing. So Nicole, Jessica, and Alex Alex from Alex Black Reads, have officially coordinated our live show. We have like announcements and everything that we're going to be doing for our read along in March. My video is coming out tomorrow. I know Nicole's video is coming out tomorrow. Really excited about it. I think it's going to be fantastic. So really happy to see you, Nicole, and I really appreciate that info you gave me. Thank you. Alicia says hello. Alicia, very glad that you could make it tonight. Happy Friday to you. Jessica, woohoo. Jessica says, hi, Alex. Hi, Nicole. Currently setting up a NetGalley account. Very excited. This will be a cleaning sprint for me. Okay, cool. So what is NetGalley and what do you use it for? That sounds vaguely familiar, but unfortunately I can't place it at the moment. Cleaning is always a good thing to do, and I would like to clean right now as well. Like I know that there are some things in my house that I'm going to be taking care of chores wise. Today, the main thing that we did is I did like 3 loads of laundry, and Keaton took care of the dishes, and he also took out the trash. So probably going to do some vacuuming tomorrow, but I like vacuuming. Jessica says, you're here now. I know. I made it in enough time. Party celebration. Nicole says, yay. And Alicia says, oh, Bunny, I still haven't read that one. Well, I was really excited because not only was this on the library website, but Faye had just been reading this, and she said that this was like her kind of weird. And the original reason I even bought this book was because of Kayla from Books and Lala, because this was like one of her favorite books of all time, and she likes to read really weird things. I was like, well, I might have luck then. I didn't like Otessa Moshfegh, which was, I think Kayla might have recommended her or somebody else on BookTube, and she's a very strange author as well. But I also found her writing to be even too dark for my taste, which is saying something. But Mona Awad, I'm like, I want to see. Let's see how this goes. And I know she's written a lot of really interesting and popular things that have come out recently. Miss Starbuck, welcome. Happy to see you. Said hello, Alex. Hello, everybody. Faye, bunnies, and clapping. And I know that you loved it, and I'm feeling positive about this book. Kelly, welcome. Happy to see you. Said hi, finishing dinner, then going to read Ruthless Vows. Very nice. I'm glad to hear that you're still reading it. Are you still enjoying it? Hopefully so. Let me know. Miss Starbucks says, well, I was a day too early yesterday. I was convinced it was Friday yesterday and I was watching a movie, so I thought it was too late for this. Haha. I laughed so much when I found out. Well, I'm glad, I guess, that you got your days mixed up because now you're here and you didn't miss it. But that's always really disorienting when you think a day is Friday and it's not yet. And then you feel sad because you're like, I wish it was Friday. Alicia says, very cute B glass. Thank you. I don't know where she got them. And I didn't want to ask because I felt like it was just a special little gift. I have a lot of, you can tell, a lot of bee things. I've studied bees for, at this point, is it almost half my life? Yeah, close to almost half my life now that I've been researching them. I took like beekeeping courses and everything. So my family, every time they see bees, they think of me. Miss Starbucks says, sounds cool. Nicole says, oh, NetGalley, fun. Cherry Cheetah, welcome, Cherry Cheetah. You said hello, not reading anything at the moment, watching a song contest, and later I'll do some translation to English. Very cool. And that's okay to not have anything to read. You are still being productive. Jessica says, I'm drinking coffee. We have had my house alarm go off twice. Oh no, the fire department showed up and everything. Nothing was wrong, but hard to get back to sleep after that at 2 in the morning. I am so sorry. That is not fun. The way that my house is wired is my alarms are actually tied into the electrical wiring of the house, so you don't have to worry about batteries, but they do have backup batteries as well, and sometimes they go bad and they'll chirp really loudly. But if my alarm system goes off, which it has, it will actually go off in every room in the house, and it is piercingly loud. Like, it's so painful. And of course, I have my dog Barker, and every time he hears it, he immediately wants to go outside and hide in like the furthest corner of our yard that he can. And every time that it goes off, like there was one time I felt so bad for him. I was like crying because I did not want that to happen. Unfortunately, it hasn't happened in a while, but gosh, it sucks. So I'm sorry. I understand. Robert, welcome. Happy to see you. Says, 'twas a busy day, no reading, just hanging. And that is cool too. Happy to have you here. Nicole said, please tell me you've taken a nap, Jessica. What a long day. I agree. You absolutely should take a nap. Jessica says, NetGalley is a platform where you can read ARCs for free. Oh, okay, cool. And eventually you can coordinate with big publishers for ARCs. Okay. That would explain why that sounds familiar. I have never signed up for that. So if it goes positively, please come back and report because I'd like to know what you thought of it. I don't own any ARCs. I know it's a big deal to like receive an ARC and then, people trade them online. Like you find people who have an ARC that you want and you swap it with them and mail them back and forth with that, which I think is really cool. I like the idea that they're not getting thrown away. There was one woman I found on BookTube. I'm totally spacing her channel right now, but she actually has the ARC for Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, or I don't know whether it was the British version or the American version, the Sorcerer's Stone, but I was like, oh my God, that's worth a lot of money. So they can be pretty valuable too. Ms. Starbucks said, only 25 pages left in my book, Love in St. Petersburg from Konsulik, which is very political, more than romance, which is really interesting. I'm sure I can finish it tonight. You absolutely can finish 25 pages tonight, and I wish you the best. But then the question becomes, what are you going to read after that? What do you have lined up? Robert says, Eileen, great read by Mosh Feg. I really didn't like her writing, the one book I read from her, and so maybe I should pick that up. I know that they just turned that into a movie, right? That had a pretty interesting cast of actors. I don't know, maybe. I'll put it on my radar. Probably won't read it anytime soon. We'll see. Jessica says, yes, I took a nap, have dozed on and off for a few hours. Okay, good. At least you've gotten a little bit of sleep in there. Cherry Cheetah says, also, I already mentioned it, but I'm probably the only person on the planet who found Bunny not weird enough. I do remember you saying that last time, yes. And so that's what makes me curious is, I don't know, I've read a fair amount of horror, but there are still some things I read where I'm like, this is strange compared to things that I've picked up. Nothing really has beat House of Leaves yet, though. House of Leaves is like, that's up here. So, as long as I like it more than that book, I will be happy. Kelly says, yes, still enjoying it. Not much farther. I haven't had a ton of time, energy for reading this week, but excited to read this weekend. That sounds like you've had a busy week then. I'm sorry for that because sometimes, when you're really busy, you come home and you're like, I just want to turn into a couch potato, or at least that happens to me. So I'm hoping that you can take the time to rest and relax this weekend, get the recharging that you need. Miss Starbucks says, cool. I love bees. Yeah, me too. We don't have enough of them, and that's part of the problem. Nicole says, cool. My neighbor has beehives. Oh, I'm jealous. I don't have a backyard big enough for them, and my HOA would also probably be pretty pissed if if I got bees and like one of my neighbors was allergic or something. He said he gives us honey and it's amazing. Curiously, it tastes like my rose bush. Oh, I love that. That's adorable. Local honey really is the best. It does provide some health benefits as well. And I have an entire collection of honey. No joke. I have half of a cabinet. So I have a cabinet above my stove. One side is for all my teas, and one side is for all my honeys. And it's just like overflowing. I have so many of them. But that's the thing is, if y'all didn't know this, honey is the one food that never goes bad. Like it could last for thousands of years because it's antifungal, it's antimicrobial. You can use it for wounds. If it crystallizes, which a lot of people think when honey crystallizes, it's gone bad, but the truth is it actually just has to be heated up. So if you can put it into a container like glass and heat the glass jar up and water and make it liquid again, it's good as new. It's completely the same. So honey is just like a miracle food, and I think it's really cool because it's basically just bee spit. Doesn't that sound appetizing? Kelly says that alarm system sounds so intense. It really is. Which is good. It will wake you up. Like you will get out of the house, but it makes you miserable if it goes off for no reason. Miss Starbucks says, oh, the movie I watched, I recommend. I gave it 4 stars. It's called Stranger Than Fiction, The Vibes of the Truman Show, but with a book. Would you be ashamed of me if I told you I've never seen The Truman Show? Keaton talks about that, and he's like, I have to show you that movie. And I'm like, you're absolutely right, because I hear it referenced. It's like one of those pop culture references, but I don't know anything about it. There are a lot of pop culture references I don't really know anything about, though, so that's mostly just me. I'm trying to get better about it, though. I'm trying to open myself up to more new movies. I don't know what it is. I don't watch enough movies. Miss Starbucks says, haven't decided my next read yet. We'll take a peek at my physical TBR tomorrow. There you go. Kelly says, Miss Starbuck, that sounds like an interesting movie. Faye says, whenever our local used bookstore gets donations that include ARC's, bookstore guy isn't allowed to sell them, so he gives them to me. Are you serious? That is so cool. I love that. How many do you have, Faye? And do you have any that are like known titles like that we might know? I want to know. That's really cool. Jessica says, oh, Nicole, we have Manuka honey here that is very floral tasting. Curious to taste rose flavored honey. Haha. Yeah, that's another really cool thing about honey that I love is how regionally it tastes very different. I had a professor in college that knew that I really loved bees, and he took a trip to Hawaii and he brought me back Hawaiian honey. That has to be the most unique like bouquet, no pun intended, no like flower humor, haha. But it was like one of the most interesting flavor profiles of honey that I've ever had, and I've tasted a lot of honey in my life. And I was like, wow, that really makes a huge difference. So I just think that's cool. So I bet your honey tastes very different than ours. And I love that. Jessica says, House of Leaves. Oh my God, that's on my October TBR. Can I do it in a month or do I need more time? Haha, I have very high expectations for that one. You could definitely do it in a month. It definitely didn't take me more than that to read it. I read it within 1 month, but I've talked about that a lot on my channel, so I won't harp on it because I know many people here have heard me with my issues with it. You have a couple different ways you can read it. You can read it cover to cover, or you can read it perspective by perspective. So you can choose to read the Navidson record in its entirety alone, and then that of Johnny Truant, who is one of my least favorite characters in all of fiction ever. The Navidson record was my favorite part of that book. So just whenever you read it and you read those bits, know those are the parts that I liked. Johnny Truant was the part that I didn't. Christina says, hi, hope everyone is well. Hello, Christina. Hope you're well as well. Happy National Caregivers Day, sharing this joy with the like button. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. So happy to see you. Christina, every single time I join anybody else's live show, it doesn't matter who it is, I find you there. I swear it's like you're on like everyone. Do you join one every day or like multiple in a day? Because I have a feeling you might. But Starbucks says, I know I always help bees if needed. I'm not afraid of them at all. We'll pick them up right away. That's awesome. Same with wasps, by the way. I help these as well and pick them up to help them. Never, ever been stung. You're braver than I am about wasps, because I can tell you I'm not a fan of wasps, but that's only because there's certain species that are actively harmful to bees, like they are the predator of bees. So those ones, I don't like them. I don't tolerate them. But honeybees and like bumblebees, they will always get my support. They're very important. I really am impressed and respect that, one, you don't mind picking either of them up, and two, that you would also help a wasp, because I find them very aggressive. Jessica says, yes, those honey facts. Kelly says, I've been wanting to look into some local honey, not local, but I've been using a turmeric honey that is very good. Well, as long as you're enjoying the flavor of it. It doesn't have to be local. Some people will tell you that like local pollen, like the pollen balls that come off of a bee's legs, that honey or beekeepers, excuse me, will collect sometimes when they'll sell them in jars, or like local honey will also help with allergies. Some people say that that's debunked and that that's not true. Other people say that it is true and it helps with their allergies. I think it might go person to person, but if you have allergies and you try local honey, let me know if it helped at all, because I'm curious. I'm very lucky. I don't suffer from allergies, so I can't say one way or another how it works. I just know that when I eat honey that is local, it feels good to know that it came from my community, and also to like taste the flavors of my community, if you will. I think that that's a cool thing. Christina says, also, did you know that on this day, February 16th, 1968, the first ever 9/11 call was made in the US? I did not know that. That February 16th is known as Innovation Day, as well as Do a Grouch a Favor Day. I don't have any grouches to do any favors today, I guess, but I really like those other facts. Thank you, Christina. Super cool. Faye says, absolutely do watch The Truman Show. I will, I promise. Keaton's going to have me watch it. Miss Starbucks says, yes, be ashamed. Watch The Truman Show. Faye says, I'm not sure how many I have, but I've only read about 3 of them. They aren't always genres I read. A lot of them are Canadian. Okay. Interesting for your arcs. Christina says, I will be reading something. I was planning on switching over, but my brain does not want to, so it will help. It will either be The Great Hunt by Robert Jordan, Cell by Stephen King, or HP3 with my kiddo, Harry Potter, and the Prisoner of Azkaban, right? That's super cool. I love that. So got some good choices. I haven't read Cell by Stephen King yet. I know that one has mixed reviews. Nicole, welcome. Happy to see you. You said, I forgot it was Friday. Well, you remembered in just enough time. This is a surprise, a nice surprise for the evening. Oh, I love that. I'm so happy to see you. What are you reading tonight? Jessica says, oh my God, Faye, jealous. I work for a thrift store, so we get all sorts of books, but never had arcs. Oh, maybe one day. Nicole says, I'm finishing A River Enchanted. Oh, yay, by Rebecca Ross. Not loving it. No. I'm sorry. So it's not as good as Divine Rivals, then, is it? Tell me why. Is it the writing style? Is it the characters? Because I know a lot of people speak super highly about that book. You said then doing volume 5 of Spy X Family and starting Ruthless Vows by Rebecca Ross. Well, cool. Then you and Kelly are both going to be reading the same book, at least for a little bit this weekend, which is awesome. And Jessica says, Christina has a spreadsheet that is incredible. And also said, hope you don't mind me sharing that. Christina says, multiple all day. I have 4 or 5 going at one time today, and I work on Vanessa's sprinting spreadsheet. I just love to show support and share, and sprinting is how I get things done. Oh, that's fantastic. And I have never heard of a sprinting spreadsheet, but that's probably one of the most organized things that I've heard on BookTube to date. So Yeah, round of applause from me. Miss Starbucks says, "Oh, really? I didn't know that wasps are a predator to bees. Certain ones are, not all of them, but certain ones are. Although in my country, the wasps, as well as more insects, are low, which is a problem." Ah, well, if that's the case and they do like any good work in your environment, I respect not killing them because the few that you have are important. Heidi, welcome. Heidi says, "Hi, Alex. I'm listening on audio to book two of the Gale song, The Words of Kings and Prophets." Very nice. I hope that you enjoy it. I hope that it's lovely. Happy to see you. Nicole says, "I can see the beehives of my bees, and my allergies are awful. They're probably too close to me." Oh, no. Have you had any issues with them, like ever being on you? Hopefully not. The best thing, if you're ever around bees and they're kind of like buzzing, is just not to swat at them. Funny enough, if a bee is not trying to protect its hive, if it's out foraging, it will not sting you. Believe it or not, unless you're like actively trying to hurt it. But bees, they die right when they sting you, so they're not likely to be aggressive unless you're trying to hurt the colony. So just kind of like watch them and give her a little like shoo, and she'll probably be fine. Also, all honeybees that are workers are female, so you can always say, "Hey lady," which I think is fun. Kelly says, "Allergies is why I want to try it. It would be great if it helps." Heidi says, "Everyone, two of my favorite booktubers are chatting live tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Andrew Wizardly reads and Josh at Red Fury Books." Oh, well, that's cool. It stinks when people are chatting at the same time. Are you saying that are they having separate live shows, or they're having one together? I think I misread that. I think they're having one together, which is really cool then, because then you can tune into both of them at the same time. Christina says, "I'm liking Cell so far. It's reading really fast and got right into it." Gotta love that. Stephen King sometimes doesn't meander. Jessica says, "Christina, did you jump onto Gavin's sprints today? Gavin reads it all. I finally caught one." Zach, welcome. Happy to see you. Said, "Cleaning and listening to Tipping the Velvet by Sarah Waters just started, and I'm loving it." Awesome. Nicole says, "A River Enchanted is just very slow moving for me, hundreds of pages, and what just feels like a buildup, not exciting. And now less than 100 pages to get any action and wrap up the quote mystery." That's not very fun. That doesn't sound great. How disappointing. Christina says, "Go to read with Dr. B Vanessa. The link is on her channel and you can check out the spreadsheet." Okay, cool. Awesome. Thank you for that, Christina. Heidi says, "Christina, choose the Great Hunt, flicker, flicker, flicker." And Christina says, "Jessica, I did not get to Gavin's. I'll probably go check it later." Nicole says, "I love Vanessa's spreadsheet. I'm always looking for sprints and it's a lifeline." So cool. Miss Starbucks says, "Gavin has more than 500 people on his sprint. How does he keep up with the comments?" I think the answer is probably that he doesn't. He might have to like pick and choose. I know one sprint I saw with Vanessa, and she was having a guest on. They were laughing about other people who have sprints who have so many people on at one time that it takes them like an hour or two just to get through comments. So you're not even really sprinting sometimes, which I haven't seen a live show that's that big, but I have seen times, and I mean, even with my I would say my smaller audience, but I still have a really good size audience. But my smaller audience that I have, I sometimes talk for ages. And I'm like, if I had even 50 people who are watching me who are as active as you all are, I don't know if I would ever get to sprints. So I have no idea. Jessica says, "Christina, it's still on for like another hour." Nicole says, "I was answering regarding honey allergy connections. The bees live too close, so likely don't make their honey from the grasses in my yard. No bee allergy here." Oh, okay. My apologies. I misunderstood. My stepmom has a like severe bee allergy, and she's really afraid of being around them. So my brain went there instead. So I'm sorry about that. But thank you for clarifying. Christina says, "Oh, well, I'll check it out then." Ace Bubani, how are you? Good to see you. Said, "Hi, cleaning and listening to Bride, the new Allie Hazelwood." Cool. I haven't read Allie Hazelwood, but I have heard that name many times. Jessica says he doesn't. And Christina says Gavin does not usually read all the comments. Most of the ones with big audiences don't. Yeah. And Jessica says it was cool to be in there, though. And Christina says, on those, I go and spend a few minutes and boop the like, save my chatting for smaller ones like this one with Alex. Oh, thank you. Well, I'm happy to always have your comments because your comments are fun, Christina. So those other channels are missing out. And Nicole says, no worries. Oh, that's a thing. When I read comments, sometimes either my brain will mess up occasionally in reading and I'll like misunderstand and my brain will just go the way that I think that it should. And I think again that's also part of just being on a live show. So always feel free to just correct me when I mess up because it's going to happen. Heidi says they chat together. One more booktuber everyone should check out is John at Talking Story. Cool. Well, thank you for those recommendations. I'll have to go check out their channels later on. Miss Starbucks says, I like this more. Otherwise, you just comment for nothing. Yeah, I can understand that. Heidi says, who is Gavin? Ace Bumani says, I did a DNF of her previous publications. It's just not my usual jam, but decided to give this a try with a friend. Okay, so cool. So you're doing a buddy read of this. Well, that would hopefully make it more fun. And if it's not, then you have somebody to complain with and be like, this wasn't good, assuming that you both thought the same thing about the book. Christina says Gavin does have great videos though. He goes to haunted places to read horror. Yep. Gavin is a channel that I follow as well. I've seen his videos for years. He puts a lot of effort into them. He's a full-time booktuber. His channel used to be titled something else, which is why initially when I read that name, I was like, is that the Gavin that I know? And I forgot. It was like the very beginning of this year, he changed it to Gavin Reads It All. So I'm glad that you reminded me of that. But he does a lot of really cool stuff. And I'm also glad to hear that he's going to be focusing on the content that he wants to make and he's not going to burn himself out, because that's not, if you do this for a living and you burn yourself out doing it, that's like the biggest nightmare in the world. Nicole says, also comments aren't always read as you receive them, so it's easy to forget. Connect the comment to the initial conversation. So true. Yeah, that is so true. Jessica says his spooky series is so good. Love them. Yeah, and he reads a lot of manga as well. Like he read the entire Berserk series. He's read Sunji Ito with his horror books. His biggest thing is One Piece. I can't forget that. Biggest thing. And Nicole says, Heidi, Gavin Reads It All as a booktuber with a large audience and Patreon. Yeah, he's got, last time I saw, he had over 70, it was over 70,000 plus subscribers. Hopefully he's gotten more since then because he's always making new stuff. And they're long form videos too. Like none of his stuff is really short. So if you like to just sit for a while and watch a video, Gavin's channel is a really good place to go. Christina says, How to Train Your Gavin. Yes, was the old name of it. I didn't want to confuse anybody, but yeah, How to Train Your Gavin was the old name. And Christina says, yeah, Nicole, sometimes I forget about that. I try to remember to add what I'm talking about. Miss Starbucks says, I pick some videos, but some just don't interest me, especially reading whole series I don't know anything about. That's fair. Yeah, some of the series, though, I think the gimmick is that he knows people aren't going to want to read them, so he'll just give you a full review of them. Like if you're not somebody who's interested in reading, what was it, Bridgerton? And he did also the Vampire Diaries, like all of them Vampire Diaries books. So yeah, he's a funny guy. Heidi says, thanks, Nicole. Check him out. I'm trying to spread the word about Alex whenever I can. Oh, oh, that means so much to me. Thank you. Oh, I made my face warm. Stormy, hi! So happy to see you. Welcome. Glad that you can make it this Friday. I hope you are doing well and that you are reading something fun. What are you working on tonight? Zach says, I try to make comments as short as possible, and typos can also make them hard to understand. That it can, and I have been guilty of that too. But I will also, I'm going to say, it is not always our fault. I blame YouTube for the fact that you cannot go back and edit a comment. You just have to put like a little asterisk, and type like what you really meant. And I think that that's a pain in the butt That's not anybody's fault. And Nicole says, "Oh, warm face." Nicole says, "He released manga series he's reading each month this year, so I'm watching my TBR to or I'm matching my TBR to those for the series I own." Super cool. Yeah, because Nicole, I know that you read like a ton of manga every year. And what percentage did you say like of books that you read a year is manga? Because it was a lot. I remember you telling me. Miss Starbucks says, "True, Heidi. I also shared this channel in a Discord." Thank you. It really does mean a lot. You all are doing a big part in spreading awareness about my channel. And Storm says, "Currently cooking supper and watching your live classes." I like it. Hopefully, it's something tasty. Christina says, "Hi, Storm." I also will get our first sprint set up here just because I know I've been chatting for a while. And so I was going to put 30 minutes up on the clock for the first one. I haven't decided whether I'll do any like longer ones tonight, if we'll keep them at a more reasonable 30 minutes. We'll see. Nicole says, "Oh, Nicole with an H. I get asked about you a lot." I love that. And Christina says, "What's for supper?" And Nicole says, "Hi, Storm and Christina." And Christina says, "Hi, Nicole." Miss Starbuck says, "I'm getting hungry here." Every time, Miss Starbuck, every single time that you come onto my channel, somebody is going to be talking about food, and that somebody might be me. Keaton did say that he was planning on making some hot cocoa tonight and that he was going to bring me a mug full, which I'm really looking forward to because I love good hot cocoa. And I got snow on the ground outside. It's gross out. I actually have to follow up with my mom because she called me earlier, like right before my live, was like, "Hey, are you home?" And I was like, "Yep, I made it." And I need to make sure that she made it home safe. Gotta check on my mama. Miss Starbuck is laughing. Emily, hey, Emily, welcome. She said, "Good evening, still reading The Collected Schizophrenias." Well, welcome, and I hope that you can get some more progress into that tonight. Christina says, "We're doing Fish Friday." I love fish. Seafood is like my favorite, truly. Miss Storm says, "I'm having leftovers, ground deer meat, sloppy joes, and tater tots." That sounds really good, especially if the sauce is homemade. That's awesome. All right, everybody, I'm going to get our first sprints pulled up, and I will also put up our first question. I got a bunch of random ones today. They really follow no theme at all. Okay, just because I mentioned I always end up talking about food, I do happen to have a food question, which is, what is your favorite snack food, and do you enjoy any odd combinations? I always like to hear people's odd combo snacks because I eat a lot of really odd food. And Christine says, "Oh, that sounds great, Storm." It does. So I got Pomodoro Kitty up on the clock, and I'm going to see you all in 30 minutes. Happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I never thought I would utter these words, but Samantha's in the smut salon. I have yet to learn what that means, but I'll learn it at some point. I'm on page 38, and I think Samantha so far is an interesting character. She's one of those people that's quite polite on the outside and is insecure, and she wants to please other people, but she's also full of venom and hate and rage towards people who it seems like who she feels have wronged her. So I think that's going to play an interesting role in the book. But I'm enjoying the bunnies so far. They're quite they're quite strange. Not like not bizarre at this point yet. They're just strange people. Kind of eccentric in a way. All right, I got to get back. Got to get back to my last questions here. All right. So, before we left, I asked you all, what is your favorite snack food and do you enjoy any odd combinations? And Storm had said that she was actually having ground deer meat sloppy joes, and Christina was saying, "Oh, that sounds great, Storm." And Nicole says, "Thanks to previous sprints, I'm not in love with popcorn. I add trail mix to it to spice things up." That's awesome. Trail mix is delicious. I really love it. I like Chex Mix too. Robert says snack food, Fritos corn chips, and tuna. That is a new one. However, I am a big fan of tuna, so that is not that weird to me. I haven't had that combination, but I would absolutely try it. And when you say tuna, are you saying it's mixed with like mayonnaise? Do you put like sriracha or anything on it to spice it up, or is it just plain tuna on corn chips? Nicole says potato chips are my go-to, but since I was a child, I will fill a bowl with shredded cheddar cheese and add Taco Bell mild sauce to it. That's my odd snack. Okay, so it's the cheese and the sauce together in a bowl. I like that. I like that. You mentioning potato chips actually is what reminded me of what I wanted to talk about for my odd snack. And it's a little bit of a story. So when I was growing up, I would go and I would spend a week to 2 weeks with my grandma in like where she lives. It's far away from where I live, but I would get that time with her, and she introduced me to the love of Ruffles potato chips and ice cream, specifically like vanilla or like vanilla bean ice cream. And we would make it like homemade ice cream together. And she has this stand mixer. And she told me one time she used it to make ice cream, and the base, it like the mixer had to turn so hard to make the ice cream that the base got stuck, and she had to put it between her feet to get the bowl out again. So I went there and I was making ice cream with her, and she was so concerned about the bowl getting stuck that for the entire duration of the ice cream making, I had to hold the bowl. I'm just like standing at her counter. And at the beginning, that doesn't sound like it's a big deal, but the longer that you go doing that, the harder that it got to hold it. And I was like literally fighting it with like my entire body weight trying to keep the bowl from rotating. But that was also the best vanilla ice cream that I've ever had. And I would like to say it was thanks to my hard work. But yeah, vanilla ice cream and just like plain regular old Ruffles potato chips that are just salted. Excellent snack. Highly recommend. Zach says favorite snack, Kraft macaroni and cheese. I call it snackaroni and cheese. Oh, that's cute. Favorite weird combo, pickles and orange juice. Now I'm assuming you mean that you eat the pickles and drink the orange juice, not that you're dipping the pickles in the orange juice. So I suppose if you eat a pickle and then you drink the orange juice fast enough, it would kind of be the same. That's a new one. I haven't tried that one before, but I am a huge pickle person. And you got kind of two acids there too, which is interesting. Kelly says there are these gluten-free pretzels from Aldi that I really like. Also, rice crackers. Okay, like rice crackers are like rice cakes, or rice crackers like the Quaker rice crackers that they have that have like the cheese on them. I was a big fan of those as a kid. They were a healthy snack. I put healthy in air quotes because if you eat enough of them, like I did at one time, it's not healthy anymore. I didn't follow the portion control sizing. Heidi says, I'm going to start Guy Gavarail. Gavarail. K. Soon, The Lions of Al Rasan. Soon. Anyone read it? I'm giving him one more try as I DNF 3 of his other books, but was told this title may be the one. I have not read from him, if you can't tell by the fact that I completely butchered that name, but maybe some other people have. So we shall see. Kat, welcome. I'm glad that you made it. You said, hey, Alex, I'm going to be late. I had my Cozy Cottage book club meeting, and now my hubby and I are going to eat dinner at my mother-in-law's house. Hopefully, you'll still be sprinting when we get home. Well, I hope you have a lovely time. Sorry, I was getting a random call. I hope you have a lovely time if you can still hear me, and I will hopefully see you later. Faces blue corn chips. Blue corn chips are delicious. I don't do odd combos anymore, but as a kid, I'd grate cheese and apple up together and call it my specialty. And I put marshmallows and dried Cheerios in a bag and call it trail mix. You know what? Anything's trail mix as long as it's some combination of like cereal or candy or nuts. I mean, I think that is kind of fair. Why not? I'm not going to judge it. I like it. Cheese and apple, though. Honestly, that would be really good depending on the cheese. Kat says trail mix is my favorite snack food with Cheez-Its popcorn in a close second. So I am still to this day devastated that I can't eat Cheez-Its anymore. I ended up discovering on a vacation with my family years ago. We ended up going to the beach, and my mom always likes to pack like wraps, and then we'll have like little snack foods, and one of those snack foods was Cheez-Its. And I decided to eat some, didn't think anything of it. It was the first experience where I ever had heartburn, and because I had never had it before, I didn't know what was wrong with me, and it just kept going on and on and on. Now, of course, I know because I've experienced it so many times, but I've since tried to have Cheez-Its, and every time it causes like severe heartburn, so I can't eat them anymore. And I hate that because I love how they taste. They're delicious. So please, everybody else, enjoy Cheez-Its in my stead. Books and Things with Alicia. Hey, Alicia, nice to see you. Said, hello, everyone. Sprint hopping, but trying to finish off The Lightning Thief. Only 80 pages left. I believe in you. You got it. You can do that tonight if you want to finish it tonight. You said, favorite snack food? That is hard. It depends on my mood. It could be mini donuts. Ooh, like the chocolate ones or the powdered ones. It could be chips. Excuse me. It could be chips or apple slices, etc. Apple slices is a healthy one. Chips can be depending on the type of chip. Mini donuts is definitely just one of those like delicious, always bad for you foods. And I enjoy them. Heidi says, Alicia, I agree with you. Just like mood reading, there is mood snacking. Oh, yeah, absolutely. You got to follow those cravings. Your body's telling you what nutrients you need, right? At least that's what I've been told. Emily says, I hard boil eggs, cut them in half, remove the yolk, and fill the hole with either hummus or spicy mustard. Okay. That sounds awesome. And I have never thought of that. I I want to try this immediately. I love eggs. I love hummus. I love spicy mustard. And if I put spicy mustard on the hummus inside the egg, that would be really good too. I'm going to try that. I'm no joke, Emily. I am going to try that. Oh my gosh, that sounds amazing. I'm an egg fiend. Like I love so soft boiled eggs are my favorite over hard boiled eggs because I really love a soft boiled egg in my ramen. But I will hard boil an egg just for this. You said favorite, as in I could eat any time and all the time would be tortilla chips and salsa. I love tortilla chips and the the goat cheese queso that you can get at restaurants. Those are the oh, I love that white cheese. That stuff is so good. Jessica says, I mean, cake is snack, right? Yes, anything is a snack if you eat it not for a meal. A nice dark chocolate with peppermint. Okay. In New Zealand, we have things called pineapple lumps. That sounds delicious, which are to die for. Savory, I love rice crackers and just a big hunk of cucumber. See, that one's healthy. Tell me about these pineapple lumps because that sounds like something that I would make. Pineapple is one of my favorite fruits. And I love that the more you eat it, the more it hurts because the pineapple is eating you back. In case you didn't know that. It's true. um, Jessica says, odd combos when my dad, rest in peace, had me on weekends. We would often get lettuce or cabbage leaf and eat it raw with sprinkled raw sugar. I have never heard that. Doesn't it mostly just taste like sugar because the cabbage and the lettuce is water? Also, a small slab of cheese with some jam jelly in the US. We have jam too. I actually prefer jam over jelly, believe it or not. Um, that sounds like something people put on their charcuterie boards, for any charcuterie fans like myself. That absolutely is. I don't think that that's super odd because especially if it was grape flavored, I mean, if you eat grapes and cheese or drink wine and eat cheese, it would make sense to have cheese and jam. Just saying. I think that makes perfect sense. Cherry Cheetah says, I'm more into savory snacks like butter or mustard flavored chips. I have never heard of a butter or mustard flavored chip, but I would like to now. Though recently I discovered coconut slices, shavings. Yes! Roasted and covered in either cocoa or caramel, divine snack. I am a big fan of just the shavings that are like lightly sweetened. I also really like banana chips that are lightly sweetened as well. We have some stores around here that you can just buy them by the pound. I cannot do that because I will eat too many of them, but I have gotten them before and I love them. I also really like the stores you can go to where you can grind your own peanut butter so you don't get any of like the added sugars. It's just whatever nut you want. They have like all of these. You could get like macadamia, cashews, pecans, almonds, walnut, peanut, doesn't matter. All the nuts, you can have them ground into the butter of your choice. And I think that that's really cool. Jessica says, odd combos that Kiwi grew up on. Vegemite, correctly done. I have not had it. I'm a little nervous to try it because I know a lot of people in the US don't like it. And plain salted potato chips sandwich. We also make sandwiches out of fish and chips, fries, and tomato sauce. Okay. That last one sounds pretty good. But I like seafood too. Nicole says, Jessica, I'm going to have to try that cheese and jam. What kind of cheese do you prefer? What flavor jam? And Nicole says, LOL, what? The Smut Salon. Yeah, the Smut Salon. This is how Samantha is being introduced in a friendly way to our bunny characters who she has not had good interactions with in the past. They invited her to join them at their Smut Salon. Miss Starbucks says, I absolutely love chocolate, which I have right now, and cheese so much. Also, love soft boiled eggs and chips. I don't have weird combos, I believe, though those are all delicious foods. Nicole says, I listened to my audiobook Black Hawk Down and played Minesweeper. Minesweeper was one of those games I never truly learned the rules of when I was a kid. I just randomly clicked around and to see how far that I could get, but I know the idea behind it, but I've never played it the true way that you're supposed to. And I need to try that sometime because that sounds like fun. Jessica says, so we had a slab of tasty cheese. Not sure where you are. Samantha's in the Smut Salon. Anyway, jam, we would do like a black Doris plum or a blackberry. Oh, okay. See, now you're speaking my language. Blackberry is my favorite flavor of like any kind of berry. If I could choose, I will always pick blackberry. I would say strawberry and blueberry are a close second. But blackberries remind me of my childhood because my mama used to have a bush outside her house where we would go and we would pick fresh ones. And it was a joy when you get like the really tart ones. I love them when they're really tart. That's where my taste goes. If I had a choice between sweet and tart, I guess I prefer a little bit more sour flavors. I don't know. Nicole says, oops, I mean, I am in love with popcorn. Okay. I think I understood what you were getting at. You were saying that like you kind of scaled up your popcorn, right? By like adding stuff to it. I got what you meant. Alicia says, I also put chips on my ice cream. Yes, somebody else who does that. I love it. My grandma would be so proud. Robert says, mayo and tuna and chips, sandwiches, egg salad, and provolone on wheat. That sounds really good too. All a plus. And I'm glad that you also do add the mayo to the tuna because, at least to me, that is the way to go, especially if it's Kewpie because Kewpie mayo is really good. Storm says, I like nachos. Not sure if it's odd, but popcorn and Reese's Pieces together. That is not odd. That is something that I think stores like sell, or I've definitely seen families make it before. Do you all have you all ever had those the balls, like the popcorn balls that people make around the holidays? I have never enjoyed those, but it's only because they're so hard that to me they taste stale. But I feel like if I made one at home with like those candies and whatnot in them, I feel like they would be a lot better. But I hate the ones that you buy at the store. Zach says Ben and Jerry's late night snack ice cream has had balls of potato chip covered in chocolate. Potato chips or chocolate covered potato chips are really good. I can confirm, delicious. Miss Starbucks says I once had ice cream flavors roses and violet. Okay, I've had a similar experience, but it wasn't ice cream. It was tea. I used to make boba tea at my first ever job. I worked at an ice cream shop, and it was an ice cream shop that not only had ice cream, but we made boba tea, and we also did like hot dogs and Filipino style desserts like halo halo. And I will never forget, I tried rose and hibiscus syrups in the tea to try it, and I hated both of them. I do not like my drinks to taste floral, apparently. He said, and both were absolutely delicious. I'm glad you like them more than me. Two of my favorite ice cream flavors. I think I'd have to pass on that, but you can have all of my share. How about that? Nicole says, I've never had violet ice cream, but violet jelly is one of my springtime favorites, as well as dandelion jelly. Okay, I haven't had either of those. That's kind of curious. I will say I've had lavender and things. I know that's like really popular right now for everything to be infused with lavender, and I've had some that isn't too strong and that I've enjoyed. It kind of curious about that dandelion jelly. Have you ever had dandelion wine, Nicole? I've never met anybody who's actually had it, but I know it was a Southern thing. I assume people still make it. And Christina says, I was working on the spreadsheet and listening to the third Harry Potter with my kiddo. Nice. Storm says, oh, as a kid, I used to make potato chips and ketchup sandwiches. See, that's not odd either, though. Like, when I've heard people make a big deal about dipping potato chips in ketchup, it's like, but if you dip your fries in ketchup, is it really much different? I mean, it's just like extra fried potato. I don't do that, but I don't think it's weird. So there you go. Kelly says, it's not really either of those. It's crackers made out of rice. Okay, so going back to the rice crackers. Not quite sure how to describe them. I found them in the international aisle at a grocery store. Well, I'm sure they're really good, especially if they came from an international store, because I swear some of the best snacks are ones that they're not made here. I can't get them going to like a Kroger. And Christina says, I like lots of snacks, but the weird thing I do is drink beef broth, just one mug almost every night. Okay, that is new. I have not heard that, and I like it. Do you add anything to it? Like, do you salt it? Do you put like a little veggie or anything in it? I really want to know, because does it provide health benefits? Like, what got you to start doing that? Was it that you heard it somewhere, or you were like, I just want to try broth, and now it's just like a comforting thing? Because I imagine it, especially if you don't feel well, that has to be pretty good. Just saying. I'm not judging. That sounds good to me. Nicole says, oh, I know what you're talking about, Kelly. They're not rice cakes. They're actually crispy crackers, popular at Asian grocery stores. Well, I'm going to have to go and find them now. And fortunately, Keaton really loves international grocery stores as well, so I can drag him along and we can go get snacks. Kelly says, yes, Nicole, crispy is a great word to describe it. There we go, problem solving. Nicole says, our stores all have birds in them and they love the DIY Nutter Butter machines too. I was like dive bombing, like, give me the nuts, give them to me. I could imagine. Miss Starbucks says, chocolate is gone already. I now have garlic toast. I'm so hungry all of a sudden. Welcome to Frank Fiction. You could ask for no better for increasing your appetite. Nicole says, Christina, I also enjoy drinking beef broth, sometimes tea. It just doesn't do it. Oh, there you go. Emily says, Nicole, I love Minesweeper. I always try to finish the game without flagging the bombs. Ooh, extra difficult. Jessica says pineapple lumps aren't real pineapple, but more flavoring. Darn. Okay, that actually is kind of sad because I was hoping they were like some type of seasoned pineapple lump. But you can't get them anywhere else in the world as far as I know. I might be able to find a recipe though. They might have one. Nicole says, yes, the chips and ice cream is great. And Jessica says, oh, I know several people who dip fries in ice cream. That is a thing. Okay, so in the US at least, I don't know if you have a Wendy's in New Zealand. I honestly don't know how far certain fast food chains go, but we have what are called Frosties at a chain called Wendy's. And the chocolate Frosties, if you get fries and you dip them in that, it's like the best thing ever. That was one of my favorite childhood snacks. So can confirm delicious. Christina says, yes, Nicole, add protein, but just feels good on the throat and good at night because there is no sugar or caffeine. That's true. Probably help you fall asleep too. Heidi says, blackberry picking was a big part of my childhood too, every August. And it's amazing how, like, comforting that is to think about. Like, when I see blackberries, I think of my mama. And Christina says, Wendy's fries and chocolate Frosties are good. Yes. Christina knew exactly where I was going with that. And so did Nicole. And Nicole says, Herd de Provence, French equivalent of Italian herb blend, has lavender in it. Okay. Heidi says, Christina, that sounds good. In high school, we used to get French fries, gravy, and mozzarella cheese at the dinner after a Friday night movie. French fries, gravy, and mozzarella cheese. Not a combination I ever would have picked, but also does not sound bad. Nicole says, I've not had the wine. We also batter and bake fried dandelions to eat. My friend Cody does that. He would go out in his yard and he beheaded them last year and went and fried them up. And I'm really curious to try them. I'm hoping that maybe I'll be able to get some this coming season whenever he does it again. The Starbucks says, in my country, we have a snack bag with peanuts, salted chocolate pretzels, and balls and pretzels and together they are so good. Well, that's definitely better than the popcorn ball because that's still like the elements are in their own bag, so I would eat that. Christina says it is usually already salty for the beef broth. He said, I started doing it when I was sick, but it stuck. That's so cool. Alex, welcome. Happy to see you. Said hello. I'm reading The Five by Hallie Rubenhold. Very, very nice. And Nicole says, yes, every now and then we go to H Mart and just buy a whole bunch of random international snacks. I have to find out if we have an H Mart. I don't feel like we do, but maybe. That would be great if we did. Nicole says, oh, and at Emily Carter, you're hardcore with your Minesweeper. Jamie, welcome. Hi, Jamie. You said hello. Just got settled in after my food pantry shift. How is everyone? Well, I am doing just fine. Very happy to see you. It's been a pretty chill evening so far. I think I'm going to get hot chocolate soon, which I'm really excited about. So that's going to be great. Alex says Oreos and nacho cheese sauce are my favorite weird combinations. I would not knock it until I try it. I have a policy about that. I would not, but that is not a combination I would have thought of. So that's probably the most shocking one I've heard tonight so far. Oh, that's hilarious. Nicole says, had to eat dinner while watching this conversation. And Jessica says, hi, Alex. Both Alexes, yeah, I will email you about the pineapple lumps. Yes, please send me info about pineapple lumps. Nicole says, herb de Provence. Provence? I took French a long time ago, and I have kept pretty much none of it. Nicole says, words are hard tonight. It's okay. They are for me every day. This is constant. My mouth runs too fast to keep up with anything. Zach says, there is a British drink called Bovril. I want to try it, and I think it's beefy. Okay. I'm sensing a theme tonight. Nicole says, any international grocery store for random snacks is great. So true. So true. I know Robert's favorite from the international grocery stores is like those little panda snacks that are filled with like chocolate, and I think they have vanilla and strawberry ones too. Jamie says, we have a chain called Cost Plus World Market in our part of the US that carries some good international snacks. I love their Japanese gummy candy. Yes. Oh, that sounds good. I will say, if I had to pick like another locale of food to eat every day of my life, I would pick Japanese food because sushi is my favorite. Onigiri is one of my favorite foods. That would probably be, I love noodles. That would probably be where I would lean. We have some really good places around here that just have like amazing, authentic food that isn't priced stupidly. I mean, everything's a little expensive nowadays, but compared to some other places, it's not that bad. Alex says, it goes together pretty well, honestly. I tried it as a joke and have intentionally bought them together several times. Something about the cream filling and the nacho cheese sauce blends really well. Well, the thing I need to know, because Oreos, of course, that's the brand name, so I know the one cookie that you could be eating if it's just a regular Oreo, but the nacho cheese is what I have a question about because they have so many different kinds. Are you talking about like Tostitos, like the jar of nacho cheese, or is it like I'm assuming you don't mean like the old Cheese Whiz. That I used to eat that a lot as a kid. Who here used to eat Cheese Whiz or still does? Um, or is there like one of those tubs of the nacho cheese that you get kind of like if you were to go to a sports game, you know, and you order nachos and they give you like the little thing of nacho cheese. That was what I was thinking in my head is like ballpark nacho cheese, but I could be wrong. Emily says, Alex, how far are you and how are you liking it? I appreciated learning more about the women and how the narrative of Jack the Ripper was more socially influenced than actual facts. There we go. Alex, do tell. Alicia says, hello, Panda. Uh, they are so good. Yes, those little snacks. Miss Starbucks says, I love trying different snacks as well, like Japanese, etc. I just love trying weird food in general. And I've tried already some weird ones. Well, that's the thing is like unless you try stuff, you don't know what's actually good. I was so picky as a kid. Like I ate almost nothing like diverse. Like I had to stick within like certain food groups, and I'm so glad now that I'm out of that because I'm willing to try most things once. Like I had an experience with Keaton where we went out to get pho, and pho is delicious. Love it. Very heartwarming. And I got tripe for the first time. And for any of you who don't know, that's like the stomach lining of a cow. And so, but I didn't like it. I hate to say that. I didn't end up enjoying it, but I did try it. And I was glad that I did because now I know. Alicia says, I used to have a subscription to Universal Yums. Oh, is that like a box that they send you in the mail? Those were fun snacks and candy from different countries. I have had like 20 different countries. That's so cool. That's awesome. Alex says, Emily, I'm about halfway through. It's really good. I wish I knew more about Jack the Ripper because this is my first, and she's intentionally ignoring the crimes themselves. Jamie says, I prefer Chinese food usually, but yeah, the East Asian regional foods would be nice if I had to pick a region. Yeah, absolutely. I also really love Indian food as well. Like my favorite thing to get, which I'm now craving really badly, is paneer tikka masala. Talking about cheese, cheese. You know, it's a vegetarian dish and it's delicious. Miss Starwick said, only 13 pages left, by the way. 12 pages read. Good job. You're going to get it on the next sprint. Nicole says, yes, Cheese Whiz. I showed it to my son and niece once. They wouldn't even let me buy it, let alone try it. Oh, see, here's the thing. It's not good for you. And I know that it's not good for you, but that was a snack. That was one of the foods that I would eat as a kid. And I always had them on the Ritz crackers, you know, just like the little buttered disc Ritz crackers with the Cheese Whiz. And sometimes I would even just take the can and I would tilt it into my mouth and I would eat it that way. And my mom was extremely displeased in the times when I did that, so I didn't do it very often. Alex says a jar of Tostitos salsa con queso or any equivalent. So it is the Tostitos. Come in, honey. Ah, he brought me my hot cocoa. Thank you, honey.
It's hot. Be careful.
Okay, okay. I will not burn myself.
Can you close this?
Yes, please. Thank you. Oh, yes. I got hot chocolate, everybody. I'm spoiled. He's the best boyfriend. Thank you, honey. I love you.
I love you.
Enjoy your time. We're having a good one. Let's see. And then Jamie says, my snack today is crackers and fancy cheese, triple cream brie to start with. Oh, I love brie. And you got the really good kind too. Yes. Now, here's the thing I want to ask you. Do you eat the skin? Because like I do, and I learned funny enough, it was actually from my friend who's German. She was like, "We eat the skin," and my family, when they initially started eating brie, didn't know that you could, so they would just scrape the inside out, and thought that was the way that you were supposed to eat it, but it's not. So now I eat the whole thing. But I remember her looking at me and being like, "Why aren't you eating that? It's part of the cheese." I was like, "I thought it was the wrapping. Like I didn't know it was edible." Miss Starbuck says, I've tried things like a century egg, okay, natto, a scorpion, all kinds of insects, etc. Some insects I really love. I have had crickets. I have had like ranch flavored crickets, but I didn't enjoy it because they're extremely dry. And when I took a bite out of it, I swear one of the legs got stuck in my throat because I was going for like 15 minutes. So did not enjoy. I don't know that I could take a bite out of a whole scorpion. I think that would make me sad because I think scorpions are cool. A century egg, I would try. I think I don't know what natto is, admittedly. So somebody could tell me that. Zach says the first time my friend and I tried to order tendon and tripe pho, it took us 5 minutes to talk them into giving it to us because they were just we were just two random white boys. We ended up liking it. Now I did have the tendon. The tendon was very tender. I liked that. I thought that it had a great flavor. It was the tripe that bothered me, and unfortunately I ended up getting a stomach ache actually after eating it, and I don't know whether it was psychological or not, like it was me knowing what it was that I was eating, if that bothered me, or if it was the flavor of it, because I didn't really enjoy the flavor of it, but the tendon was really good, so I would get that again. As Starbucks said, I would also try that cow stomach you mentioned. JB says, lamb and peas samosas. I need to learn how to make good ones. My favorite Indian food, if done right. I would definitely eat that. That sounds really good. You said, yes, I eat the rind. Okay, cool. I figured it was just some weird thing that my family didn't know about and that most people know that it's edible, but I thought I would ask. Faye says, y'all, I can't even. That's okay, Faye. I get it. I understand. There is one food I won't eat. Now, and my family, so my heritage is German. My grandmother actually grew up going to one specific restaurant with my great grandmother eating pork brain sandwiches. That is one thing I will admit that I have no interest in at all, but most other things I would be willing to try. Miss Starbucks says, haha, Faye. And Nicole says, I agree about the cheese whiz. I said it was just for the experience. They didn't want to hear it. I mean, is it really cheese? Probably not. Does it taste like cheese? Yes. So, if you close your eyes or squint, I would say you could get away with it. Miss Starbucks says, natto is fermented soybeans. Oh, yes. Okay, because that's been a big thing that a lot of people have been trying now. I've been seeing that online all over the place. Now, I love edamame. I love soybeans a whole lot. I could eat them like all day long, and they're really healthy for you. I don't know what the flavor of the fermented ones is supposed to be like, but I know that they're very slimy. And so for some people, I don't like when they don't enjoy it. I think for some it's a texture issue and some it's a flavor issue. I would be willing to try them. I don't know that I would enjoy it. You said I did not like that. I had crickets as well. I loved them, as well as silkworms. Oh my, and cotton worms and some other worms. The scorpion was very crunchy. It was meh. Okay, good to know. Miss Starbuck, I think you may be the most adventurous of us all. Jamie says the rind is strong flavored, so if the cheese is too ripe, I do remove some of the rind, and moldy rind cheeses, I usually cut the rind off. Okay, that's fair. See, I'm not a fan of like any type of blue cheese. Unfortunately, I love cheese. Bubby's gonna tell it like it is. Sorry, partner. There we go. He heard somebody outside close their car door, and then he felt the need to tell the world that he exists. It's what dogs do. Jamie says, I've had food made with natto, which I really liked, but I think of it as an ingredient. Okay, instead of like the main thing that you're eating. That would make sense. I might like it more if it's incorporated in something nice as show the doggy. He ran in there, but if he comes back in, I'll try to have him jump up here and say hello to everybody. Miss Starbucks says, maybe as an ingredient is better indeed. I would try that as well. Very nice. This was a great conversation, learning all sorts of things that you all like to eat. Very, very cool. Let me see. I got to pick another question. Do, do, do. Oh, okay. I didn't realize how many I chose that dealt with food. Wow. Okay, so my next one is, what is your preferred drink when you are starting work in the morning? Like when you're starting off your day. Can be on a weekend too. What is your preferred drink? And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get the next sprint up as well. Faye says, patiently waits for Alex's mind to blow over the scene she's about to read. You'll know pretty soon if it's your kind of weird or not. Okay. I I don't know if I'll be able to get to it in the next 30 minutes. I do read pretty slow, but I am hopeful. I believe, Faye. I believe. Okay. I'm going to wish you all very happy reading. Got it. Pomodoro Kitty back up. Pomodoro Kitty. And I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. Faye, I made it through the slut salon, and the bunny hath chosen her. Whether it's real or not is something that I'm assuming I will find out in a little bit. But my hope for tonight is to make it to at least page 75. And I'm on page 53. So I definitely think that I can easily get there with some more reading sprints. So that's good. I'm glad to hear it. Before we left, I asked you all the question of what is your preferred drink when you were starting work in the morning or even just like getting up on the weekend? What do you prefer? There's a lot of comments coming in. That's awesome. All right, let me go back here. All right, Christina answered first and she said coffee. Very emphatically. 3 exclamation points, all capital letters. Heidi more calmly says coffee. Nicole says, oh no, I've already had dinner, a snack. I'm thinking about tea. So hungry. Oh, that's the way to be on a Friday night. Mary Lou, welcome. Happy to see you. You said, I need my 2 cups of coffee. Flavored ones are my favorite. Which flavor? Do you have a preferred flavor like vanilla, hazelnut? Trying to think of other popular flavors. Those are the 2 most popular that I know of. Nicole says the nectar of life, coffee. So do you prefer then tea in the evening at like after dinner, but coffee in the morning? Because you mentioned tea prior. Miss Starbucks says water. I mostly drink water and tea in the morning, first a tea and a bit later just tap water. There you go. Nicole says Monster Java Mean Bean or Celsius coconut water flavor pack. I gotta have caffeine, but making coffee is too much effort. I start work at 4 a.m. That is early. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that is an early schedule. I drink tea usually more than coffee, only because I'm really picky about coffee, far more so than I am about tea, because I find many coffees to be quite acidic, like in flavor. And I don't like that bite. I like my coffees to be quite smooth, but I find tea is just pretty mild. So every day that I am at work, I drink green tea, and then I have like loose leaf teas and stuff that I have at home. Keaton makes pretty decent coffee though, because coffee is definitely his drink of choice. So we're a little bit different in that regard. Jamie says, water first, which I drink for the first hour I'm awake, but during that hour, I prepare the coffee. There you go. And they say that water is supposed to, especially cold water when you first get up in the morning, is supposed to help, 1, wake you up, and 2, help like jumpstart your metabolism. So that's a good health benefit. Alicia says, I have to have coffee when starting my day or I can't function. That makes sense. Faye says, I haven't figured that out yet. I don't do caffeine, so I try random herbal teas, but I never seem to like them first thing in the morning. I mostly drink water. That's honestly totally fair. Caffeine and I we don't get along very well, which I think is another part of the reason why I don't drink a lot of coffee, because to me, coffee is so intense with how much caffeine you're getting, especially if you're not. So if you have coffee that's made from Robusta beans, which is like if you drink like Folgers, Maxwell House, you're drinking Robusta, it has like twice the amount of caffeine than if you're drinking Arabica coffee, just in case you didn't know that. And so, like, if I drink any sort of Robusta coffee, I'm gonna freak out. Like, I'll be like really stressed and anxious, and I can feel it. I can have like a cup of Arabica, but I'm not gonna have more than that, because I know that my body can't take it and it'll like upset my stomach. But for whatever reason, I can drink a fair amount of green tea and it doesn't bother me. Don't ask me why. I don't know. Zach says amp energy drink. There you go. I've never been an energy drink gal. To me, they all taste like medicine. But I don't know. Maybe that's an appeal, or maybe I'm one of the weird people that thinks they taste like medicine, and other people they taste like candy. I don't know. Heidi says, doesn't everyone have a great TV show to recommend? Shogun is starting soon on FX, but until then, I need a show. There you go. Have you watched What We Do in the Shadows? That's the first one that's coming to mind. So I want to see what other people have to recommend. That's my one. Cherry Cheetah says, when I'm working from home, I can have whatever, but when I actually go to the office, I have to have a big can of energy drink and some cheese buns for breakfast. I've never had a cheese bun. Is that kind of like a Danish? Well, Danishes are sweet. Is a cheese bun savory? Do tell. Mary Lou says, Jamie, I don't think of that. My coffee is vital, but first I drink some water. Or I didn't think of that. Yeah, very good. Jessica says, must start with tea first thing. Then, if I'm going out to work, I'll have an instant coffee because I don't want to pay $7 for one. Yeah, that makes sense. Instant coffee is another one of those that I don't particularly like the flavor of because it's just dehydrated coffee, and they say that they say the quality of that isn't very good, and so I'm not a fan. But I have to give a but in there, Jessica, because do you all remember that trend that was going around? I have no idea if it's still a thing because I'm not cool and I can't keep up with trends to save my life. But all of these people were taking uh, like the instant coffee, and then they were adding like a little bit of sugar and a little bit of water, and they were whipping it like with those little whisk things, and then like pouring in a bunch of milk on top, and it was creating like that really silky smooth beverage. I actually did do that when I was seeing that trend because I was like, maybe I'd enjoy that because it's something that's sweet. And with certain coffees, I definitely would be good, especially if it was like a fresh espresso. I was not a fan of it with the instant coffee. But I'm curious if any of you have tried that or have any idea what the heck I'm talking about. I'm sure somebody has to. Faye says, Heidi, ghosts. Alex says, I drink nothing until noon. LOL, drinking in the morning makes my stomach hurt. Okay. Until noon. Wow. Honestly, I could see that though. I think that makes sense. Like if you're somebody that your stomach has to wake up, because I know people who are like that about food. They can't eat anything for a really good portion of the day. Kelly says, I normally just drink water, especially at work, but sometimes I'll do tea if I'm doing work at home. There you go. Heidi says, Faye, thanks. I have Paramount. We'll check it out. Heidi says, Faye, how do you block my name? Oh, and Heidi says that at Faye, and Faye saying, Heidi, the chat does it automatically so we can see if someone mentions us. Yes, it doesn't block it out to anybody but you, Heidi, when somebody mentions you. Heidi says, oh, okay, I think. Alicia says, coffee. If I'm on vacation, though, give me a Bloody Mary, spicy, with all the fixins. That is true when you're on vacation, that you can kind of like start your day with like a Bloody Mary or a mimosa. Admittedly, alcohol tends to make me tired, and so my concern is if I have a mimosa in the morning, if I am like waking up and I'm trying to get energy for the day, if I drink something, then I'm just going to be tired again. I don't know if anybody else experiences that, but I know that I do pretty hard, so I have to wait like pretty far into the day usually to let myself have a drink. Heidi says, Alicia, did you finish The Black Tongue Thief? Yes, I'm curious about that as well because you spoke so highly of the author that I went and I added it to one of my wish lists because I want to look out for that book and some of his other works. Miss Starbucks says, yeah, I finished my book. 5 stars. Woo woo. I love that. Hooray. Jessica says, next sprint thumbnail for a special video coming out tomorrow. Woohoo! And listening to Let Me In by John A. Lindqvist. Don't ask me to remember the middle name. Yeah, we're getting our special videos out. I mentioned it early on. Perhaps I shouldn't have let the cat out of the bag, but I'm excited about it. We got fun stuff we're talking about. Nicole says page 408 of 464. Man, you're making it right on through. Nicole says 10 pages in Armadale. Very nice. And Alicia says, Heidi, yes, 5 stars. Nicole says, whether it's real or not, classic Mona Awad reading experience. Okay, good to know because this is my first Mona Awad. So nice to understand that that's the expectation. Jamie says, I got to 57% in Killing Lincoln by Bill O'Reilly. Okay, nice. Faye says, yay, that's about where I was in Bunny when I was reading here in sprints. Cool. Just same book, different time. Love it. Mary Lou says, I like cinnamon dolce. Okay, cinnamon, yes. And caramel brulee coffee flavors. Yeah, that sounds really good too. If they had a creme brulee coffee creamer, which I'm sure they do, I would probably enjoy that as long as it was made with real sugar because I'm one of those people I can't do artificial sweeteners. Nicole says, I can't do coffee after 12 p.m. or I'm up all night. There we go. Maybe I should have coffee. I'm doing late night sprints tonight. I mean, you can if you want to. I'm functioning on hot chocolate, which I drank all of very quickly, and water, and I'm making it because I'm like you, Nicole. I can't have it or it'll that late or it'll mess up my sleep schedule. Funny enough, I have to actually start drinking it even earlier than that because of how sensitive I am to coffee. I typically don't really let myself have it after like 10:30 to 11. But Keaton drinks it all night long. Like he'll brew a cup of coffee at 8 p.m., and he'll still go to bed by like 12:30. I can't. I can't do that. Heidi says, Alicia, the prequel, The Daughter's War, coming out June 2024. Alicia says, I didn't read that sprint. I had dinner and helped to give a cat a flea bath. Oh, flea baths are not fun. I've had to do those before. I do not enjoy. I'm sorry that you were dealing with that. I hope your dinner was good, though. Faye says, Nicole, looking forward to the virtual slumber party. Lauren, hey! Hi, Lauren. He says, hello, Alex. Harper says hi. Well, hello, Harper. And hello to Mackenzie as well. And little baby boy. I hope that you all are doing well. And Jessica says, Lucifer. Jamie says, I'm trying to get used to lighter roasts because they have more caffeine too, but I prefer the taste of darker roast coffee. Yeah, lighter roasts do have quite a bit more caffeine in them for sure. Nicole says, LOL. Yes, Faye. And Nicole says, Black Cake is on Hulu. I need to read that book. Because I know that it's very highly regarded. And I think it might not have been like a Book of the Year award, but it was something along those lines. Maybe it was on Goodreads one year. If somebody knows what I'm referring to, let me know. But I need to get a copy of that. That's one of the books I want to look out for when I am able to start buying books again. Alicia says, Heidi, The Witcher is good. I have been watching Shadowhunters, a show called Homestead Rescue, and I've been rewatching Sleepy Hollow and Bones. There you go. And Nicole says, Wheel of Time is a series. Yes, the TV show, I think, is supposed to be different than the books, right? Like they weren't true to the books. They changed some things, kind of like they did with the later seasons of Game of Thrones. I haven't watched the show or read any of the books, so cannot confirm. That's just what I've heard. Jessica says American Horror Story, which is something that I haven't seen. Zach says instant coffee has a lot less caffeine. Filtered water is the trick to getting it to taste good. Okay, good to know. Jessica says Interview with the Vampire. It's on AMC Plus over here. Uh-oh, y'all are getting an insight into my TV habits. Heidi says, funny, What We Do in the Shadows sounds like the same show as Ghosts. What We Do in the Shadows is really funny. That's a great show. Miss Starbucks says, Heidi, for TV show, I really recommend Monk. I still love that show. Yes, we've talked about that. Jamie says, I also can't eat right away. I need to be awake for about 3 hours before eating food. Oh, I could eat almost immediately after getting up, but I was not like that when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I despised breakfast and I couldn't eat except at like lunchtime. So I can relate to that, but now I'm kind of just a food fiend and I like to eat everything all the time. Kat says, I'm here. Hey, everyone. I drink a glass of water, then coffee, but sadly, I will be giving up coffee for a while, just not sure when it will happen. Yeah, I remember, Kat, you were talking about changing that habit because you wanted to see if you could get off your acid reflux medicine, which is a great goal to have, like one less medication to have to take and to help get that under control. I have trouble with heartburn and acid reflux, and I understand like how painful and uncomfortable and not fun that is. So I wish you luck. Hope you can find a less acidic coffee or something of that nature. That way you can find something. And Nicole's all happy. She's like, Cat! And Heidi says, Miss Starbuck, I will try to find Monk. I know it's an older show. Cat says, Nicole! And Jessica says, I also loved The Mentalist when it was on. Depends on your tastes. Kat says, I'm going to be watching the 7th episode of The Fall of the House of Usher. There you go. I'm actually surprised that you haven't gotten to finish that yet, Kat. I thought you had burned through that already. Christina says, made supper and did some sprint hopping. Nice. Alex says, The Mentalist is one of my favorite shows. Kelly says, did not pay attention to where I started, but I'm up to page 106. There you go. Christina says, I love my coffee cake oat milk creamer. That sounds really good. Starbucks says, Heidi, I hope you can find it. I do have a link, but you need a good virus blocker for that one. I have Norton, and I am fine. Nicole says, Kat, I was lurking in your sprints. Have you ever had a frozen Pop-Tart? I have not had a frozen Pop-Tart, but that I imagine has to be delicious. I saw somebody make a homemade Pop-Tart today, which also looked amazing. Mary Lou says, oh yes, coffee cake oat milk creamer is great. Jamie says, my coffee this evening is cinnamon and vanilla flavored, all natural flavors. There you go. Nicole says, I've opted for white tea, low caffeine. I'll eventually go to sleep. Heidi says, Kat, Midnight Mass was 100 times better than Usher. Interesting. Miss Starbucks says, and here in my country, it's on TV as well. It's on Peacock, I believe, originally. Jessica says, caffeine has a half-life of 10 hours. I did tell Keaton that. I mentioned half-life, and he's like, it's not a radioactive isotope. And I'm like, well, it reacts in a similar fashion. It has a half-life. I don't know what to tell you. She says, meaning the effects of caffeine is in your system for at least 10 hours after your last drink, and saying that it's 1:30 p.m. and I'm having my second. But that's the thing, is if you become kind of immune to it, then it really doesn't affect your ability to go to sleep or anything. Because I work with people who literally that's their drink all day long, as they just keep brewing coffee over and over and over again. And I'm like, I could not do that ever. Nicole says, black cake with a Goodreads nominee. Oh yeah, there we go, in 2022. Don't know if it won. That might have been what I was thinking of, as it had been a nominee on Goodreads. Thank you. Christina said, I heard that Wheel of Time skipped book 3, but mashed the other books together. And you said, I can't do solids for a few hours either, but smoothies are good. Mary Lou says, yum, smoothies. Nicole says, I think they spread book 3 out over 2 episodes instead of giving it its own episode. Well, for a whole book to only get 1 episode, that's that's really short. Kat says, hey, Nicole, Christian, I haven't had a frozen Pop-Tart, but I did find the banana bread Pop-Tarts at Target that was recommended. Are frozen Pop-Tarts good? Christina says, I'm so sorry, Kat. Be prepared. The lack of caffeine can cause migraines during withdrawals. They can, yeah. Jessica says, Kat, dandelion tea is used as a coffee substitute. And Nicole says, Christina, I have to do a coffee step-down program to quit. Those migraines are no joke. Jamie says, I want to rewatch Waiting for God, a BBC Classic show that has been on YouTube, but might still be there. Nicole says, Kat, frozen is the best way to eat them. I didn't know about it until Pop-Tarts card game. That's awesome. Did you all hear about the Fruit Loops thing that became super popular, where you eat like or not Fruit Loops, God. The fruit roll up. There we go. Not Fruit Loops. This Fruit Loops is a cereal. The fruit roll ups, they're like those gel candies. I ate them a lot as a kid because they came with the tattoos that you could like put on your tongue and you go, meh, at other kids. But they became like a really popular thing to eat with ice cream, because I guess when they get cold, they become super crunchy. Had no idea. Would be willing to try that too, as well as a frozen Pop-Tart. Kat says, Heidi, I loved Midnight Mass, but I'm loving Usher with all the Poe references since I love Poe. And she says, good to know, Nicole. Starbucks says, yes, The Mentalist is awesome as well, indeed, and Castle, and The Ghost Whisperer. And for older shows, The A-Team, lulls, a little snipped out of the shows I've watched. Heidi says, Monk is on Netflix. Got that. We'll let you know next week if I started to watch. Kat says, I'm watching Usher with Barry, so I only watch when we can watch together, so I have to be patient. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, because you gotta watch it with your hubby. Miss Starbucks says, oh, yeah, I'm glad you found it, Heidi. I'm curious how you will find it. Christina says, banana bread Pop Tarts. We will have to see if we can find those. Yeah, that sounds really good. Nicole, Waiting for God is great. You said, Are You Being Served is another great classic if you like it. Kat says, Thanks, Jessica, for the recommendation. Is it caffeine free? Faye says, I think I discovered that about fruit roll ups while eating them on a walk home from school in winter. Just purely on accident. You were ahead of the curve, Faye. Can't wait to watch the movie. Alex says, I miss Pop Tarts so much, lol. Still looking for a vegetarian alternative. Are they not vegetarian? I could understand if they weren't vegan. Are they not vegetarian either? What is in them? Jessica says, a cat, yeah, it is, but you will definitely need to do a step down. Don't go cold turkey. Zach says, you should also try mushroom coffee. It's actually good and low in caffeine. Is that kind of like the brand Mud, that I was seeing advertised for a really long time? I don't see it advertised anymore. I'm kind of surprised because it was all over Instagram for ages. And I was kind of curious to try it, but also scared. Miss Starbucks says, "What kind of horror is Poe?" Of the gothic. Is it gothic horror? Cat? Correct me if I'm wrong. Heidi says, "The Wheel of Time TV show is a mess after season one. Just read the books." There you go. And Cat says, "I love the Ghost Whisperer, Miss Starbuck." Awesome. Well, how about I find a question that isn't food related since we're all suffering? I'm actually hungry now. I had a late lunch, but I have not eaten like any official dinner. So I might have to go and grab myself a snack. So I'm going to go through here. I know how some of you are going to answer this question, but I want to hear the answer for others before we start our next sprint, which is, do you find larger books more appealing or more intimidating? Okay, and Alex says Pop Tarts have gelatin and the icing. Some of the unfrosted ones are fine, but what's the point without icing? It's true. The Starbucks says, what is gothic horror? And Kat says, but I think mushroom coffee has acid, does it not? I genuinely don't know. Gothic, Miss Starbuck, would be the time period that it was written in, I think, because for example, like Oscar Wilde wrote some gothic horror in his time. Christina says, you can get them without frosting. I prefer them that way. And Poe, Gothic? Or you're saying Poe is Gothic. I'm hoping you're saying I'm right. Miss Starbuck says, it's a great series indeed, Cat. All right. So I'm gonna go ahead because people are starting to answer the next question here. I'm gonna go ahead and get the next sprint pulled up. And I'm going to see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I kept getting interrupted during that one by Barker, and he's currently laying down on the floor, licking his peanut butter mat with great intensity because he wanted to go out and I let him out. And then he wanted to frolic around in the snow and not come inside. So I had to get him. And then he wanted to run around. And I was like, I can't right this second, bub. So I gave him peanut butter. It was a fair trade. He's very happy. He loves anything dealing with food. So it's not a bad thing, at least not for him. I made it to page 59. So yeah, didn't make a ton of progress here. I want to go and look. Before we left, I asked you the question: do you find larger books more appealing or more intimidating? I have to figure out where we left off. Got a lot of great comments again. All right, so Faye was the first one to answer. She said appealing, which does not surprise me at all. Mary Lou said more intimidating, for sure. Kat says he also has a few mysteries and satiric stories. We're talking about Poe, right? I'm assuming. And Nicole says never intimidating, but not always appealing. Depends on my mood. Jessica says intimidating as blank. However, there are some that have larger writing and bigger margins, therefore more pages. That is very true too. Absolutely. And Miss Starbuck says, I finished my book and I'm getting tired, so I'm going to go. Oh, I missed her. I'll say bye in post. Bye, Miss Starbuck. And Nicole said, Dracula would be Gothic, as would be Frankenstein, refers to time period and style of writing. Yes. Okay, perfect. Makes sense. I don't know exactly, Nicole, I don't know when the Gothic period ends, but I can take a guess at when, like whether an author's writing would be considered Gothic or not, if that makes sense. I don't know what the time period is. Kat says, I'm eating popcorn with cheddar caramel seasoning. I've never had cheese and caramel at the same time, but I would be willing to try it. The Starbucks says, thanks for the answers. And Nicole says, yum, Kat. Zach says, 4 Sigmatic is the mushroom coffee I've had, not sure about the acid. Okay. And Kat says, Poe, supernatural gothic horror. And Nicole says, more appealing, which also does not surprise me, Nicole, because I've seen the books you read. Kat says, I need to avoid acid for the reflux issue. For sure. Storm says, more intimidating, which is why I usually put off reading them. Kat says, it depends on the book. Stephen King Large is appealing. Anthony Trollope Large is intimidating. Yeah, Kat, I will have to bounce off of this one from you because, like, if you give me Stephen King and it's, it's Needful Things, it's Under the Dome, it's The Stand. I've read all of them. Loved them. To me, he can be a pretty fast-paced writer, and he keeps me engaged the whole time, and there's usually something going on. If you were to then put in front of me a classic novel that's like 700 pages long, keep in mind, like The Stand, you're well over 1,000 pages at that point. If you put like a 700-page classic novel in front of me, I will find that intimidating. Just because I don't typically like classics. I tend to find them to be a lot slower, which is why I'm, gently easing myself back in to classics this year. And we're going to kind of see how it goes. I don't want to put too much pressure on myself to enjoy them, but there is always that fear because classics are classics for a reason. And if I don't like them, then people are going to think like, oh, so like, because you're not educated enough to be able to appreciate it or something. I always worry about that. Robert says, large books. Outlander series by Diana Gabaldon. I do need to read that. I have the first one. I didn't think twice about reading these chonkers. Now 600-page books are enough. I still need to finish The Count of Monte Cristo, 1,200 pages. Okay, so The Count of Monte Cristo might be the only example of a really large book that I'm not necessarily intimidated to read. That's also a classic, just because people keep telling me that it would be something that I would enjoy, like it would appeal to me specifically, and it's like, okay, I believe you. I believe you until I have a reason to think otherwise. Jamie thinks or says, same. I like larger books by the right authors, but the one long trope I'm supposed to start this season keeps getting put off. Which one is that, Jamie? Which book title? Alex says, big books are intimidating. They take so much time and you can get stuck forever if it's just kind of okay. Also, I don't like DNFing, so long books are a real leap of faith. Yeah, I'm right there with you, Alex. I am actually wondering if I'm going to DNF any books this year. Now, so far, I haven't had a reason to because all of the books that I've read have been at least good, if not great. I'm waiting for that one I read where I'm like, this is terrible. But poor Keaton, he was reading one here recently that he was having a bad time with. I mean, it took him 3 to 4 weeks to get through it, and it wasn't like a huge book. It was like, I don't know how many pages it was. It was probably close to like 400 to 500 pages. And I kept asking him, I was like, are you going to DNF it? I kept thinking you were going to put it down and not pick it back up again. He's like, no, I feel like I need to know what happens. Oh, it's so painful. I feel that too much. Alex says, my favorite book is 700 pages, though, and I've read it a bunch of times. That is a big book to be your favorite. Which book is that, Alex? Please remind me. Forgive me, titles don't stay in my brain very well. Heidi says, it depends. Most fantasy books I read are chunkers, 1,000 pages or 44 hours on audio. When they're good, it does not feel long. I would agree with that. After spending so much time with Monte Cristo, I missed reading it. That's sweet. I love that. Kelly says, can I say I find them both intimidating and intriguing? You absolutely can. Yes. Now, one book I've seen where I'm like, I don't know that I could ever read that is Infinite Jest, which is huge and does not sound like anything that I would enjoy. So if somebody told me that I had to read that, I would immediately be intimidated. So that popped into my head because I have one of my YouTube videos that I rewatch as like a comfort thing is the one by I just forgot his last name. I think it's Max Joseph, but he did a very, very well-known video. It's gotten millions of views on bookstores. Hopefully one of you has seen that. But he talks about, how to read more in this day and age. And it's a really well-produced video. And he like travels the world and goes to different bookstores and interviews different people. And I remember when I was struggling a couple years ago with like getting back into reading and maintaining my reading level, and I just like couldn't dedicate the time to reading. Like I loved that video so much, and he picked up Infinite Jest in that, and I just remember looking at it and I immediately looked it up to see what it was, because I'm like, that's a big book for him to be dedicating this time when he's somebody who says that he doesn't read. He reads like a book a year for pleasure, right? Not like for work. And I immediately went, no, just no. Robert says, intriguing. I like that. Alicia says, I like a chunky book. Well, yeah, you read The Terror. That's like the epitome of chunk. Kat says, which trollop, Jamie? And Alex says, Keaton is a good one. Yes, he is. He's my good one, and I love him. I'm going to keep him. Alicia says, it depends on the book. I am intimidated by the Game of Thrones books. Oh, interesting. But I read Crave by Tracy Wolff in 2 days, 600 plus pages. Alicia, tell me what intimidates you about the Game of Thrones books. And I'm assuming you're talking about the original ones, right? The ones that weren't completed, not like the new ones. But what is it? And Heidi says, Alicia, pick up Game of Thrones. Those 5 books are fantastic with great humor, too. The first prologue is funky horror, but after that, it's more fantasy with soap opera drama. I can confirm fantasy, politics, soap opera, wonder what's going to happen next. I personally really loved those books a lot. I know I've talked on here again, I won't harp on it, but I haven't read any of the ones outside of the original, series that he had started writing. But yeah, I would recommend those. But the only reason that I wouldn't tell somebody to read them is because they aren't finished. Like, why start reading something that you love and you're like, oh, this is great. And then you have no way of finishing it unless you want to watch the TV show, which is totally different. Barker. Oh, he's being such a ham. Oh my gosh, he's hamming it up right now. Buddy, come here. No, come here. Come here. They would love to see you. Come here. Oh. Oh, he was laying on his back, just rolling around, looking at me, trying to get me to play with him and pet him. I'm sorry, bub. Making me feel bad. I'm doing my sprints right now. I promise I'll play with you in a little bit. And then Alicia says, I'm still dealing with a cat flea bath. Poor Simon is not happy. I only have 75 pages left of the book. Oh, I'm sorry. That is really not fun to do with pets. Christina says, I like big books, and I cannot lie. Kelly says, Robert, yes, exactly. Tim intriguing. Nicole says, 31 pages left. He just kissed her with an intensity that shook all holiness from her. Okay. What a line. Christina says, finished supper and read a chapter. Emily said, I'm definitely an under 300 pages reader, so any fiction over 400 is an audio read, and any nonfiction over 400 is super intimidating and needs to be super duper up my alley for me to attempt. That's very fair. Jamie says, I finished chapter 35 in Killing Lincoln. Lots of interruptions so far this sprint, but making slow progress. Hey, me too, Jamie. Lots of interruptions. Storm says, read some on Goblin Court by Sophie Weston. It's an old Harlequin romance from 1974. I remember you did a video on your Harlequins, right, Stormy? The title still cracks me up. I'm on page 61 of 155. Yeah, Goblin Court. That's a great title. Christina says, that is why I'm liking Cell. Got right into the story. Sometimes with King, it takes a bit. Yeah, it depends on, I really do think it depends on the size of the book, for sure. With him, the shorter ones, I do think he tends to kind of get to it, which occasionally can actually hinder the character development, because I think that King is an excellent study in character work, because I feel his characters. I love them. They seem like real people. I appreciate the way that he writes them. I mean, it makes sense to me why his writing is so popular, is because he kind of writes for the every person. You know, it's like anybody could pick them up. And if I could find more authors who consistently wrote like that. Now, I haven't liked every King that I've read, but I've loved a lot of King that I've read. I would like immediately find another favorite author if, you know, they did characters just as well. Faye says, nobody likes every classic, so don't worry about whether you like them or not. I appreciate that, Faye. Hopefully I'll like the one that I have lined up soon. I believe that I will. Jamie says, classics are classics because academics and educators keep assigning them what we know as classics. Might be a bit different if it was just the book with true lasting appeal. So true. And I think about that all the time, that it's like some group of people got together in a room and decided that a book was worthwhile for the, you know, younger generation to read. And then those people kept teaching it and kept teaching it. And now we have books that kids are required to read in high school that they hate and that they don't feel like applies to them. Nicole says, I agree, Faye. No one should feel bad about not liking classics. I rant about George Eliot all the time. Oh, Mary Lou says, classics are individual and different for each reader anyway. True. Christina says, I read all the Outlander books in 1 month. I did not see them as big as others. Right now, I am reading the Wheel of Time series. Nice. Heidi says, I loved Under the Dome. Heidi, you're one of the only people I know who did. Usually when I tell people that Under the Dome is one of my all-time favorite King novels, they're usually like, oh, I had to DNF that, or, oh, I didn't really like that one all that much. It was just too long. And I'm over here like, no, it was perfect. Look at him. Look at his look at his eyes. How you feeling, bub? Yeah, how you feeling? I love you. I love you. I kiss him all the time. That's why he accepts them. But yeah, Under the Dome. I usually tell people to read that book, but I know that not everybody's going to love it. Cliff from Cliff Stark Gems, actually, I think he said that his wife really liked that book, and he's read a lot of King, and he had to DNF Under the Dome because he didn't like it. It's like, damn. See, I think it's super fast-paced, personally. I think it's just like, it just puts its foot on the gas, and it never lets up. And Nicole says, I feel that most of King's works could be cut in half at least. The more I read of him, the less I like him, although the Bill Hodges trilogy has been a lot of fun. Yeah, I did read the Bill Hodges trilogy, and then, of course, I read The Outsider, which was my very first ever Stephen King. I haven't read any of the other books that had Holly in them. I have If It Bleeds is the name. Yeah. Okay, good. I got that right. If It Bleeds, with the cool cat on the cover with the rat coming out of its face. And then, of course, the book Holly that just came out, and I don't know anything about that at all. Alex says, Long May She Reign by Ellen Emerson White, the fourth book. Oh, yes, of course. Alex, I'm so sorry. We have talked about that, because as soon as you said the President's Daughter series, I'm like, yes, I remember us discussing that, but Long May She Reign, I could not remember that title. Maybe I actually will now. My apologies. Zach says, got to chapter 4 in Tipping the Velvet, still loving it. Big books are a bit tough to start, but usually not bad once I start. I love being the one who takes swings at classics when I don't like them. Like, I love to hate them. You point me in the direction of somebody who likes them, and I'll tell them why they're wrong. Nicole says, classics that are translated may be easier because translators can modernize the language. Some of them will. Some of them will not. But yes, now that I know that there are websites for finding a good translator, and like people generally can agree on which translators are better than others, that helps a lot. Christina says, although, question, for those that don't like big books, do you read series? That's a great question. Faye says, I love Infinite Jest. Oh, no. Well, I'm actually, oh, yes. I'm really glad that you love it. I don't know that I'll ever pick that one up, Faye, but I'm glad that you loved it. Nicole says, I agree, Heidi. Ending a good long book is sad, like missing friends. I feel that way about series as well. Nicole says, anyone doing March of the Mammoths reading challenge? Nicole, please enlighten me, because I don't know March of the Mammoth, like anything dealing with that. So I'm sure I could look it up, but if you want to tell me about it, I would love to hear it. Otherwise, I'll look it up on my own time. Jamie says, I have to read The Way We Live Now. Joe Spivey read it last year and did a video about who he cast for each character. I like casting the characters in long books too. Want to see how my cast differs. That's fun. I like that. Storm says, this is the year of the DNFs. I've already DNF'd 6. Oh, well, too many books I want to try. So told myself this year, just put them down. That's fair. Is that like a firm DNF where you're like, I'm going to get rid of these books? Or was it more of a soft DNF of you're like, I'm going to put them down for now, but I'll pick them up again later? Because I know that can be a bit different. The soft DNFing is actually something I learned from like this group. I'm trying to remember who I heard it from first. It might have been Nicole, actually, from Noteworthy Fiction, talking about soft, or maybe it was Alex. I don't know. One of the two. And like just kind of putting it down for now, which I think is a great term for it, because you don't necessarily have to completely give up on a book to not want to read it right now. Mary Lou says, I do read series. I don't mind a story broken into smaller chunks, and I do read some long books, particularly classics. There we go. Heidi says, Nicole, BookTube allows you to relive the book, especially when there is a panel spoiler discussion. Very true. Faye says, exactly, Mary Lou. Most massive classics were originally published in small parts or several volumes. I have War and Peace in 3 volumes. It's a trilogy. I didn't know that, Faye. Oh my gosh, you taught me something new. That's really cool. I never pictured like classics like War and Peace, for example, being published in parts, because when I think of a story being published in pieces, I think of old sci-fi. The ones that were originally serialized in magazines. And, some stories are still like that today, but so many like classic sci-fi novels that we know and love were not published in their entirety at one point. Clifford D. Simic was a perfect example of that. They novelized City, but City is all of these like short stories broken up and then compiled, and they kind of create one narrative. And I think that that's really cool. I love the history of that. To imagine people being so excited to read the next story that they had to buy another volume or they had to buy the next magazine to be able to get another piece. And I don't know. I just think that that's really fun. Kat says, Jamie, I love The Way We Live Now. I read it during Victober. Alicia says, Game of Thrones books are so great. And Nicole says, if I was a DNFer, I would have DNF'd a few already, but if I start it, I will finish it, no matter how long it takes or how painful it is. Been there. Alicia says, I didn't know for sure the amount of pages, the small print, the amount of characters, all of the things. There are a lot of characters for sure, though you get to know them so intimately that you can't confuse them, like after you really learn them. And there's so much drama that you like associate certain events with specific characters, which helps a lot. Yeah, the print can be small. A couple of the books for Game of Thrones, was it 3 and 4? I'm trying to remember now. It was either 3 and 4 or 4 and 5 that they actually split the characters for the book in half. So both books are taking place at the exact same time, but with different characters, which is not the way that it is in the other books. It's like very linear, except those two where you have to like go back and remember that like they're like following the same path. I hope that that makes sense. If it doesn't, I'm sorry. Alicia says, Barker! Yeah, he's kind of the best and also a turd. Some would argue, does that mean he's really the best? And I would say yes, because he's mine. Faye says, puppy! And Kat says, Barker's so cute. Thank you. He really is. He's got those eyes, like his really soulful eyes, and he will just look directly into yours and just, tell you how he's feeling basically and just like wanting all the love. And he puts those ears down like he's so sad, but really inside, he's a very happy little turd. I'm just telling you, do not be fooled. And Nicole says, wait, are there 3 Nicoles here? Great, the world takeover has begun. I don't think so. Nicole, though, you were the one I was talking about with soft DNFing. So if that's what you're referring to, but maybe you're not. So I apologize. Storm says, oh, puppy. Nicole says, third has appeared. Woohoo! Did I mess up? Did I call somebody the wrong name? Or did I miss that we had another Nicole? That might have been me, y'all. I don't know. I don't know when that happened or when it happened. Forgive me. Christina says, I have Under the Dome, but have not read it yet. Well, just be prepared. I think it's great. Other people do not. You will form your own opinion. I know. Nicole says, I love Barker's side eye. He does. He gives a lot of side eye. And thank you, Nicole. Yeah, he's kind of the best. Emily says, I've started to expand my classic reading to modern and international classics so much better, in my opinion. Nice. Nicole says he's reading the comments too. He was. Yeah, he's just being a little sassafras. Now he's over there huffing and curled up into a ball and he's just looking at me, just peeking over like this. It's like, yes, I see you. And I love you so. His little Dobby ears. Nicole says, also haven't read Under the Dome yet. Jamie says, I like a couple hundred pages of Under the Dome, but there were a couple hundred pages in that one that were just tedious. Hey, fair. It was a really big book. Christina says, that look he gave you was precious. Thank you. I am his mom. That is for sure. He's fiercely protective of me, and he gets very cranky at night. If you've ever wondered if a dog could get cranky like a baby, he does. And he'll curl up with me, and then if like Keaton walks up and tries to like give me a kiss, Barker will get mad. And he'll be like, and he'll like try to take Keaton's spot at night in bed, and Keaton has to be like, Barker, move. Has to like gently kind of move him out of the way, and he always just kind of like gets up like he's been affronted. Like, how could you make me move? I was comfortable. So spoiled. Kat says, Heidi, I loved Under the Dome, the book. The TV show, not so much. I don't have experience with the TV show, and honestly, Kat, I don't want to. The book was too good. I don't want to ruin it. Nicole says, my boyfriend has bought me a few classics that are a new annotated, and I'm excited to experience them that way. Well, do let me know how those are, because maybe I'll want to pick some of them up. Heidi says, Alex, Robin Hobb is the ultimate character author. Your library recommended Assassin's Apprentice, the first book in the Farseer trilogy. Yes, you have brought him up before, Heidi. I will have to check him out. Admittedly, I hadn't seen the cover, so I went. I think it was in the video. I went. I don't think I'm familiar with that. But now that we're talking, and you wrote the title out here, and I'm seeing it, I'm like, oh yes, that's right. We have talked about that. So I'll have to add that to the list as well. Robin Hobb. Praise be. Storm says, I love Stephen King as a team, but nowadays I'm not a huge fan. My two favorites are The Shining and Christine. I've read The Shining. I have not read Christine, though I think it's very fun that it's a story about an evil car. Nicole says, I'm doing Realmathon and middle grade March next month. Very cool. Heidi says, I might be the only one in the world that loved King's Tommyknockers. I have yet to read it, so I can't confirm whether I will love it or not, but I do have a digital copy of it, and we'll get to it eventually. I have a lot of King still, like physical, and I have some digital copies to read, and I feel like I'm never going to get caught up, at least not as long as he's continuing to write. Mary Lou says, I'm doing middle grade March too. Nice. Kat says, I'm doing March Mystery Madness, middle grade March, and a buddy read with me. Yes, and I'm really excited for that, Kat. It's going to be fantastic. I have only good feelings about it. There's so much going on with like different readathons and whatnot. I can't keep up, y'all. I really can't. Nicole says, March of Mammoths month-long reading challenge where you just need to begin reading at least one book over 800 pages long. Okay, you do not have to finish in March. Host Old Blues chapter and verse. Okay, very cool. Thank you for explaining that to me, Nicole, for taking the time to type all of that out. I'm trying to think like what the next book I have that isn't digital that's over 800 pages. Desperation might be by Stephen King. That's one that I need to read, and I always I'm able to pick it out on people's shelves when they have it. Stormy, I think it was you in your last video I was watching. My eyes wandered to the back of all of your shelves, and I could have swore that I saw the exact same copy of Desperation that I have by Stephen King. Tell me if I'm wrong, and that's totally okay if I am, but I feel like I'm right. Faye says, my life is March of the Mammoths. Christina says, soft DNF or PFN, a pause for now. PFN, that's nice. That's cute. Zach says, I've read all of King's. Under the Dome is my least favorite King ending, lol. I don't trash people who like books, but I will trash the books, in my opinion, of course. Yeah, no, that's fair. Is like, you can go and say that a book is awful all day long, but the second you start attacking people who enjoyed it, it's like, that's not fun. And I think that there's a lot of people online who do that. Like, they'll make fun of a book and then they'll be like, oh, but I'm not making fun of the people who read them. And it's like, well, you kind of are. You know. I would argue that most books and most authors have a redeeming quality of some kind in their work, something about the plot. It's one of the reasons why I have to feel very strongly about a book for it to get 1 star. For me to say that it's so terrible that it shouldn't even have been written, like there's nothing about it that's good. I've done it. It's happened, but it's not very often. It's why most books I think are bad, like I would describe as being bad, get like 2 stars, is because there's something about it that still had a good quality. I don't know. Some people would argue that I'm too nice. And maybe I am. I just try to be fair. Nicole says, Faye, mine too. Robert says, Infinite Jest is only 1,888 pages. Faye says, Robert, and every single one is a ride. And Jamie says, I have not seen any videos about it yet. Haven't really looked either for March of Mammoths. I'm doing March Mystery Madness and Realmathon so far next month. Cool. We've had 4 different ones mentioned, I guess, now. That's cool. Storm says, okay, as a series reader, I can say I think it's different than reading a long book. I don't binge a series, so I'm not reading one long book. LOL. No, that makes sense because I also take breaks when I read a series, sometimes to to my detriment, but mostly it's helpful. Nicole says The Count of Monte Cristo was serialized and then published in middle or multiple volumes. Okay, yeah, that makes sense, especially with it being so long. And Kat says, same, Stormy. Alex says, sorry, I have to go. My cat is really sick. Oh no. Oh, Alex, I'm sorry. I hope your cat's gonna be okay. Good luck. Nicole says, sorry, Alex, bye. Mary Lou says, so sorry, Alex. Faye says, Alex, oh no, kitty. Robert says, Faye, Alex will let me know after she reads it. And talking about Infinite Jest. A cat says, bye, Alex. Hope your cat is okay. Send in all the good wishes. We never want our pets to be sick. Storm says, I soft DNF'd a couple, but I hard DNF'd some too. A few I picked up, I just picked them at the wrong time and will go back where others I was either too bored or had stuff I wasn't a fan of in them. That's fair. Alicia says, oh, that makes sense. Thanks for letting me know. One of my reading goals is to just work through the Game of Thrones series this year. I have the first 5 books and I want to read before watching the TV show. That may impact your feeling about the TV show. And actually, I'm going to take it back. I'm not going to say may. It will. It absolutely will. Because the first season, pretty spot on to the book. Second season, would argue, still pretty spot on. It's when you get to the third season that it starts kind of going a little like, ee. And then when you get to the fourth, it's like, well, nice knowing you. Basically, which I did not see coming because of how faithful the first season was. Nicole says, I'm counting, Kelly. Nicole says, for world takeovers, you have to be subtle at times to see how we just snuck one in on you. And Nicole says, there are probably more middle name Nicoles in here too. That's true. And let's see. And then Nicole said, I'm actually a middle name Nicole. Full name is Heather Nicole, but my family was a middle name family. My middle name was named after somebody, and funny enough, it was after somebody that I don't like. So I would never want to be called by that name because I don't want to be associated with it. Kelly says, haha, yeah, Nicole is my middle name. So I did accidentally call somebody Nicole then, Kelly. Did I call you Nicole? I'm sorry if that happened. Shame on me. Nicole said, see, you were right, Nicole. Christina says, I liked Tommy Knockers. There we go. We got somebody else who liked it. And Kat says, I've never read the Tommy Knockers. Heidi says, Robin Hobb is a woman too, a pen name. Oh, I like that. Okay. Yeah, I admittedly, even my brain, as somebody who knows that like a lot of like sci-fi, a lot of fantasy is written by women, I still like make assumptions. I have an androgynous name. Dang it. Like Alex, it could go either way. Most people assume I'm a man. When they hear Alex, you would think that I would be better about that, but I make that mistake too. Jamie says, I will probably hold off on the Trollope book till March starts and use it for March of the Mammoths. I also want to finish the last 2 Dickinson books, Edwin Drood and Barnaby Rouge. Mary Lou says, I don't know, Alex. I can think of one book I hard DNF that should not have been published at least. Oh no, I, believe it or not, even as somebody who doesn't really DNF books, I have DNF books that I also don't believe should ever have been published. But I'm just saying it's rare for me to feel that bad about a book that I'm like, this is absolute trash. Why did anybody pay somebody for this? Like it's rare that I feel that strongly about it. Heidi says, I like Desperation too. Nice. And Storm says, yes, I have Desperation. I knew it. I knew it. My eyes were good. I enjoyed it when I was younger and afraid to try it now because all the ones I loved I don't like anymore upon reread. I'll still collect his books. Oh, that's a shame. I would hope that there would have been one for you that you would still like. But yeah, we have the exact same copy of it. I got mine at like a half price bookstore. And so it's like one of the old hardbacks that's got the cool painted cover. and I liked those. I also got my copy of Under the Dome at a half price bookstore. And when I opened it up, there was a dedication to somebody from their dad for Christmas. And I was like, oh, that's so sweet. And I still have it. Kat says, episode done. Yeah. And you said one more episode and we will be finished. Well, fantastic. You're making your way right on through. And Jessica says, just got back. My special video is set to publish. Woohoo! Very excited. Going to reward myself with Sims and listening to more of my audiobook and maybe more cake. I fully endorse and support that, especially the cake part. Nicole says, no, you didn't call anyone by the wrong name. I just suddenly noticed there were lots of Nicoles in here. Okay. I feel a little bit better now. And Nicole says, yay, Jessica. And Alicia says, I will give books 100 pages. If I don't get sucked or care by then that's when I DNF. Nicole has a really good policy about DNFing as well. It's like a certain percentage into the book. And she'll decide whether to or not, which I appreciate. Kat says, I've never DNF'd a book. Meh. Kat says, I liked Desperation and its companion by Bachman, The Regulators. Oh, that's right. I forgot that those were connected because I don't own The Regulators, so I wouldn't have remembered that. But I don't know, maybe I'll read Desperation this year. I also would really like to read the Mist and The Body. I have both copies of that too. That was the thing with King is, he's so popular. They took some stories now that they used to only be published in the collections of his works, that they started selling them as their own individual novellas. And I did buy a few of them. I have The Apt Pupil, which I'm a little bit nervous about because it's about Nazis, right? You have The Mist and The Body. And then I had also read Gwendy's Button Box, but I was not a fan of that. And I'm pretty sure that's a trilogy now that he published, and I was kind of curious to pick up the other ones, but then I remembered it's like, is it really worth it if I didn't care for the first novella all that much? So I've decided not to read them, but I'm hopeful for the others. And I have not seen The Mist, the movie, but I know the premise of it, so I don't know how much of the story is going to be a big surprise. And Nicole says, Cat, me either. I quit series before and still agonize over it. Like maybe the next book is the one that will make them all worth it. Oh, I love that optimism. I really do, because I would love to believe that as well. That's like if publishing companies are publishing all these books and they become popular, that there has to be one of them that is great, that does make it worth it. But sometimes a book just, it doesn't resonate, and that can be sad. I've read popular books before where I'm like, this will never be the book for me, and then I've read other books that nobody ever talks about, and you don't hear anything of, and I'm like, this is great. So I don't know. Faye says, I have a book that someone wrote a message in saying they hope the person keeps it forever. And it was dated just a few years ago. Guess they didn't. Oh, do you think it was a book that was like somebody's favorite and they gave it to like a loved one, like a family member or a friend, and was like, I hope you love this book as much as me. I hope you keep it forever. And then they just were like, nope. Question is if they actually read it or not. Nicole says Faye. And Nicole says different seasons in my favorite collection. Oh yeah, different seasons. I don't own that one, but it has Apt Pupil, The Body, and Shawshank are some of my favorites of his. I would like to find an individual copy of the Shawshank Redemption, because I also have not seen the movie adaptation from that either, but I would like to, because I think these are really nice and the art style on them all matches. So I don't know how many of them they published, and you all might have seen these, but isn't that pretty? Like it's so clean. I really like the text. I like the colors. They're extremely vibrant. They have to have made one of these for Shawshank, I would assume. I'll fix that later. That's fine. Robert says, Nicole here, I liked the Tommy Knockers. Oh, good. Kat says, The Mist is good. Much different ending than the movie. The Langoliers is a standalone as well, 1922. Nice. And Nicole says the Langoliers was difficult for me to get through, just wasn't fun at all. I prefer the movie ending of The Mist. Faye says, yes, that was it exactly. Oh, that's so sad for that person. Kat says, I have quite a few used books with messages. Kind of sweet. Yeah, I agree. I so I have a stamp, which some of you know, but I have a stamp that has my name and it says my library, and I only put it in books that I give 5 stars, that I'm like, I'm never going to give this away, but I know one day, obviously, I'm not going to be around anymore and those books will disappear somewhere, and I kind of like the idea that somebody one day is going to pick up a book that has my name in it, and they're going to know that it meant enough to me that I was like, this is part of my library. It's not the same as a message, but it's kind of similar. Robert says Game of Thrones TV show left a lot out, as the TV shows usually do. The bloody mummers, Lady Stoneheart, the huge fight with the White Walkers. Yeah, Lady Stoneheart was actually the one I was most surprised that they left out, because that was going to be really interesting. But of course, we don't get any sort of resolution for it. So, how could they include it? Thanks, George R. R. Martin. Kat says, I like those standalone too, Alex. I believe Shawshank is a standalone. I bet you it is. I bet you I could find a copy. Everybody, this conversation has been so great tonight that I've actually done fewer like sprint times than I normally do. So what I'll do for this last one is, just because we've already been going for 3 hours and almost 45 minutes. I know people are tired. It's late at night. I will do one more 30-minute sprint, and then everybody can just drift off to sleep, do whatever they need to do. But that means I got to put one more question up. And Kat says, somebody's going to think that's sweet, Alex, your stamp of approval. Yeah, I'd like to think so. I think that'd be fun. By then, they're going to be old, too, because I'm not giving them up for a long time. Let's see here. Oh, here's a fun one. Okay. Here's my question for you all. Have you ever seen a solar eclipse? And where were you? And of course, it's not talking necessarily about a full one, can be a partial one. I just want to know which of you have seen a solar eclipse. And Nicole says, heading out, my late night sprinting starts at 9. Should have made 9:30 so I wouldn't miss the end. Oh, no worries. So happy to see you, Nicole. Thanks for coming. I really appreciate you and hope you have a lovely time. Good night. And Kat says, they'll be classics. They will by that point. And Kat says, bye, Nicole. And she said, bye. And let's see, Stormy says, I love that some of my retro romances have the person's initials in them, and some will have a rating. Just one word on the title page that says, like, good. LOL. That's awesome. Zach says, I like the other Gwendy's books more than the first one. I load the Langoliers book and movie. LOL. And because I can see people answering our next question, I'll go ahead and I will move on to the sprint. So got the kitty back up, and see you all in a little bit. Happy sprinting. All right, everybody, come on back from our last sprint. How did you do? I made it to page 70, so I only have 5 more pages that I need to read tonight before I hit my goal, and I'm definitely going to be able to do that. I might hop over to Nicole's sprints for a little bit before going to bed. I'll try to make this quick for everybody. I know it's late. So, last question I left y'all with was, have you ever seen a solar eclipse? Where were you? And let's see. Nicole actually answered right before she left. She said middle school for solar eclipse. And Alicia says, I've seen a solar eclipse. There was one last year, and I was able to stand in my backyard and look at it. That is so cool. I'm really jealous. The last solar eclipse that I saw, I think it was in 2017, and I was at my friend's mom's house, and they had bought glasses for all of us. And there's a picture of me standing out in the grass, just fully staring up at the at the sky intensely. And the reason this came to my mind is because there's the one that's supposed to be happening in certain parts of the country on April 8th. And it was just kind of like top of my mind because I love everything dealing with space. So the fact that there's going to be like a total solar eclipse that some people are going to get to see, it's like, that's really cool. Mary Lou says, I was going to say no, but I think I did see one when I was a kid. And Storm says, if I had, it was as a kid probably, and I don't remember. Zach says, I saw a partial eclipse in Colorado around 2017. That was a similar, or it must have been the same eclipse that I saw when I traveled. I had to travel to see it, to stay at my friend's house. But yeah, it was a partial, wasn't a full solar eclipse. Robert says, first solar eclipse, I think I was 10, so it was 100 years ago. The last one, East Coast anyway, was 5 years, 6 years ago. It was overcast in New York City, so the only strange sight was the muted colors. That was the cool thing about the partial, is how dark it got. Like the quality of the light, like it definitely didn't look like it was nighttime, but it looked like everything had this haze to it. And I think part of it might have been the fact it was during the summer, but it was so warm outside. And then, or at least I remembered it being hot. Maybe it wasn't in the summer, but I remember it being hot. And it's just, I'll never forget the quality of that light. So if you just kind of got a muted sky, that's such a bummer. Faye says, yes, in my front yard with one of those boxes with a hole in it. It wasn't total, there was a ring. Very cool. Jamie says, we had a solar eclipse here midday on a Saturday not long ago, and my customers at the food bank brought some viewing glasses so we could watch it. Oh, that's so nice that they brought some for you. I love that. Yeah, you never want to stare at the sky. Kat says, in October, I was driving home with my mom. She was coming to spend the night. Aw, what a cool memory. Alicia says, yes, I have no idea where I was. That's okay. Kat says, I did not read during the sprint, played on my phone. I'm tired today, and that's okay. For me, I know it's 9:18 p.m. I think for you, Kat, you're on Central Time, right? So it's 8:19 there. It's still late. Heidi says, Robert, I used to live in Manhattan. You still in New York City? Kat says, I think I'm going to brush my teeth and go to sleep after we chat. Don't blame you there. Robert says, Heidi, I worked on and off in Manhattan for 45 years. That's a long time. Heidi says, Robert, my husband's still commuting. Not me. Storm says, I didn't read. I watched YouTube and then started watching Nicole's sprints. Cool. Emily says, Salem, Massachusetts on a road trip. Oh, that'd be a cool place to see a solar eclipse. It'd feel kind of bewitching in a way. Robert says, Heidi, too dangerous now. Mayor Eric Adams supports violence. Yikes, I don't know anything about Mayor Eric Adams. Heidi says, Robert, I only go into the city now once a year to see the New York Rangers. There you go. Well, everybody, this has been a wonderful time. I was so happy to see all of you. Thank you for coming and hanging out with me. As always, it is a great joy. And if you can, go and check out Nicole's sprints. And I hope that you'll come and enjoy the sprints next week, but you'll come and join me for that as well. And I have a video coming out tomorrow. Hopefully some of y'all will be interested in. Zach says, Gerald's Game by Stephen King has an eclipse in it and it's connected to Dolores Claiborne. I need to see, or excuse me, I need to read the Dolores book. Yes. Jamie says, I got to chapter 47 in my book. Lincoln has been assassinated and chaos has broken out. Modern presidential security is so much better. True. Very true. Faye says, good night. Mary Lou, good night. Emily, thank you for the spreads until next week. Good night. Heidi, good night to you as well. Kelly, good night to you too. And best wishes, everybody. Happy weekend. Kelly says, oh, excited for the video. Robert says, good night, everyone. Bye.